Hello, everyone, and welcome back to season 10 of MCSR Ranked Playoffs. It's day 2, and me and Rose Beams are back. Rose, how are you doing today? You excited for these 3 matches we got going on?
Yes, I'm so excited. I can't wait to see where the rest of our kind of round of 16 is going to head today. Yeah, 3 really awesome matches today.
We have 3 awesome matches. It's going to be Beef Salad versus Jay, our first match of the day. After that, we have my maybe favorite match of the round of 16, Dugile versus Aquacord, 2 absolutely incredible runners. And we'll be closing out the day with Infume versus HDMI cables. And it's going to be really awesome to see how those 3 games go. Again, a friendly reminder for the schedule. Where's Feinberg? Where's Loki? Well, we are moving that game to start on Saturday, May 16th. It'll be the first game of that quarterfinals weekend, just to give everyone a little bit more time with everything. So that'll be that day. So today we only have 3 games. So let's take a look at the bracket actually really quickly so we can see what happened yesterday, if you missed that. So we had a lot of upsets yesterday, Rose. Silver taking out Hacks 3-0, and then the other game we commentated was Mungie taking out Blazemine, where you could say that's actually probably a pretty even matchup, but Mungie was the lower seed in that, also winning 3-0. Then we watched EDCR and Ulsahin, where EDCR won 3-1, and then NHB took down Rao 3-1 as well. Rose, which of those games really stood out to you from yesterday?
I think the one that stands out, I think, for most people has got to be the first game, Silver taking out Hacks 3-0. I think, we knew it was a matchup we don't see very often going into it. And, Hacks played so well, but Silver just had that kind of, I think, just consistency across those 3 seeds, which helped him to take the win. But I think that definitely was a big upset for a lot of people's pick'ems. And also, I think we talked about Mungie Blazemine. They're very, very close to each other in terms of their matchup. But also, with Mungie technically being the lower seed, it was a little bit unexpected to see a 3-0 there as well. So definitely kind of, I think, a really good example of how, within MCSR, with ranked, anyone can win and anyone can lose. So there's, a lot to kind of look out for today, definitely.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think the game that stood out to me the most, besides obviously Silver 3-0 and Hacks, was the NHB Route game. I think NHB looked really, really good in that game. Is our 15 seed, is an LCQ participant for the second time in playoffs back to back, which is already a tough enough feat in and of itself. But NHB looked really, really good yesterday, and I'm excited to see how NHB is going to play the rest of playoffs as well as all the other participants. I mean, we have some great games. Obviously, we're going to see our 1 seed Infume later on today, but we're only going to be commentating this first game. And Beef Salad versus J Rose. I mean, you want to talk about a player with top speed? Both of these players can really, really crank it. Like crazy, crazy top level speeds. Both of them have, I think, both of them definitely have a top 10 time in the like fastest times ever. Like I don't know, Jay honestly might have 2. I'm not sure, but both of them are crazy, crazy fast. So I'm really looking forward to seeing some high speed gameplay today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you were saying, both of them have got really, really fast seeds. I mean, Jay, his ranked PB 5:59, sub 6, it's the 5th fastest of all time. And it's also interestingly
Yeah.
the only non-ruined portal in the top like 25 last season, top like 38 all time. So,
Yeah, I'm
the
looking at it.
fact
It's
that
just unbelievable. Like
yeah,
it
so, Ruin Portal is kind of the seed we see as like the fastest one, but the fact that, Jay is able to get one that is, 5th fastest of all time on a Desert Temple seed is also really impressive. And then that's not to discount Beef Salad. Beef Salad is also incredibly fast. Their PB is 6:06, only, 7 seconds behind Jay, and is the 8th fastest of all time. So their top speeds and their averages are so close together. So I'm really excited to see how fast they're going to go today.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the player spotlight for these 2 runners. I mean, they are very, very similar in a lot of different areas once we get that sorted up here. Maybe I did that too early. I thought Oliver said we're ready to go. I might be a little bit of a brick this morning, which is A-okay. Give Oliver as much time as he needs to get that graphic up there. But, oh, here it is. Look at that.
There
Very
we go.
nice. Thank you, Oliver. So we have Beef Salad stats second at the Level Up Expo LAN event that we did. Very impressive. Also, I don't know what NRR actually stands for, but also former ranked world record holder is very, very impressive. And Jay, one of 2 people rose with a sub 7. What else stands out on this bracket to you?
I think the big thing for me that stands out is the win-loss because it shows the sheer number of games that Beef Salad has played. Beef Salad has played the most games out of anyone in the top 16 from last season. It's got around 100 games gap to NHB, who's got the next most. I think Beef's played about 1,600 games, almost twice as many as Jay. So in terms of, the sheer amount of experience that they have, and the fact that their average time is still really, really solid, I think that's a kind of a big indicator for me of kind of B salad skill here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Beef Salad as well has just proven themselves to be a really talented tournament player. Like Beef Salad is not a player who is more comfortable on the ladder or more comfortable in tournaments. Just consistent throughout, very very consistent. I think that's the thing that, especially from seeing them in person live, like seeing Beef Salad at the level of Expo, they are a really consistent player. Really, just used to like being calm in situations. And we talked to Silver yesterday about how being calm can be so impactful in these games. But Jay, I mean, the top speed is just incredible. I'm actually really surprised that Jay's rank time average is faster. But as you say, like with Beef playing so many more games, I mean, only 3 seconds is not that much to go off of. And Beef, of course, being the higher seed, picking Jay here, I mean, has the win advantage over Jay as well. A lot of stats that are very close together, but when they've actually come head to head, Beef Salad is usually the one that comes out on top.
Yeah, the last time they played each other in playoffs was season 7, and Jay did win that time. But obviously, you can see,
Wow.
yeah, it was 3-1 to Jay. But currently, like season 10, it's 8-4 for Beef Salad, so very very close together. I think another thing that I find quite interesting, especially for Jay, is that second place RSG time. Another a sub 7, and I think a really another great example of Jay's speed, but also RSG is very, very different to ranked in terms of, you know, you have to deal with a lot of kind of unexpected things. And I think with, these seeds that we're going to see today, potentially having that wider experience in terms of RSG and things kind of not being necessarily as linear or what you're expecting, I think this could be something that works in Jay's favor as well.
No, I mean, that's an absolutely great point. I honestly forgot that they had played in playoffs season 7. I mean, that feels like a century ago, but that was
Yeah.
not that long ago. We were actually talking about that off the broadcast about how, so many people have played for so many seasons now. And that's right. Jay had a really strong showing in that first match against Beef Salad, and that was also an upset pick. So, I mean, Jay, I think is a really interesting character. It's someone who maybe if you're not super tapped in, you're a little bit less unfamiliar with, even with the second place RSG time. And Beef Salad, I mean, been a playoff staple for so long now. It's always good to see them back. Let's take a look now. If we're ready, do we have a seed pick? Are we ready to see what we could potentially be going to on this first matchup? We do, and it's going to be a Beef Salad Desert Temple pick. Interesting decision. I mean, especially Rose, we just mentioned it. Jay has the sub 6 on a Desert Temple. So interesting pick here from Beef Salad.
Yeah, definitely an interesting pick. We know this is a seed that Jay has done really, really well on. But, I think it's a really good first pick in some ways because we talked about this yesterday, but you have so much more, I think, variability in your overworld. And, there's a couple of extra things that you've got to think about. Obviously, you have the TNT, you're going to have a lot more blocks, but your food is not always guaranteed. Depends if you get rotten flesh or if you get golden apples. But also, it depends where is your lava pool, where is your flint, where's your light? Are you going to have to wood light? So, there's lots of little things here. And I think potentially, Beef is going for something with potentially like a little bit more that's going to play to their strengths.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Desert Temple can be seen as a very nice warm-up seed for a lot of players because you get so many blocks to just utilize. You don't have to stress about like, okay, every little block I'm placing really matters. Like I have to be careful about my wood. I have to be careful about, my dirt or whatever. Like just having that comfort and also just having the TNT as well can be really nice. Maybe we also saw yesterday a lot of, excuse me, TNT Bastion routes. That was something that was like showcased a lot more compared to previous seasons. So Beef Salad has always been someone really on like the cutting edge of, routing and Bastion tech and all that stuff. So I wouldn't be surprised as well if maybe that's something that Beef is thinking about with this pick here. So I'm really excited to see as we, hop into this shortly, how this is going to go.
Yeah, definitely. And I liked the point you made as well about like recent tech and new Bastion tech. You know, it was really interesting to see Mungie and Blazemind yesterday using that TNT in, I think it was in stables. But it does just open up this extra kind of flexibility and it allows you to do things a lot faster. So I'm really going to be looking out if there's going to be anything that's kind of a little bit newer, something that's maybe not as familiar to us today.
Yeah, absolutely. Always something to watch out for. I mean, some people just, have, especially someone like Beef Salad does a lot of practice offline as well. Like maybe has been working on something like that we're going to see that could be super exciting. I know that's usually something we saw that a little bit with EDCR yesterday as well. But we hopping into this game shortly. We just needed a couple, not even minutes, honestly. Like I wouldn't be surprised if we start here relatively soon. But we'll get back into the game momentarily for this first pick. But Rose, something we didn't do predictions. How are you
Yes.
feeling going into this game? Do you have any pred here for us?
I'm gonna go I know, like, people don't like to predict a 3-0, but I just have
Whoa.
yeah, I
Whoa.
have a feeling, and I'm full believing in beef salad here. I'm going
Wow.
3-0 to beef salad.
That is
Yeah.
a bold prediction
It
in the
is.
booth. I mean, it's definitely possible. B-Salad is an incredible player, just had a really strong performance in the land. My prediction that I'm looking at, I had predicted Beef Salad winning 3-2. I think they are I think honestly a 3-0 is not a crazy prediction. Honestly, either way around because Jay is the type of player and has gotten more consistent, but Jay, I've mentioned this I think in the past. Maybe I mentioned it yesterday, but Jay reminds me of like hacks in like those early seasons, like season 3, season 4, where the top speed from Jay is so unbelievable. Like it's so high level. It's better than nearly anyone in this playoffs. You could make an argument that Jay's top speed is as good as literally anyone. But that consistency, there Jay has been known to have, and it's obviously toned down a lot recently, but Jay has been known to have a higher forfeit rate compared to other players playing in playoffs. I'm taking a look right now. Jay's forfeit rate this season is 5.7%, which does not sound like a lot, but at the top level, it's very rare for anyone to have a higher forfeit percentage than 0. So the consistency is something to watch out for here. So if Jay has a couple bad games, it could easily be a 3-0 to Beef South. But if Jay is on the absolute top of the line game that he can do, it could easily be 3-0 Jay as well. So I honestly like maybe a 3-0 is more likely than this game 5 that I predicted. Maybe I'm a little bit chopped for doing that. But I also just want to see a game 5. We commentated the
Yeah.
2 3-0s yesterday, Rose. We got unlucky.
I
So
know. I
let's
feel
get the
bad
game
for
5
saying
today.
yeah, I feel bad for saying 3-0 because I wanna see a game 5, but also, I don't know, I think I'm just a beef salad believer, but, like, I think anything could happen. I think, either of these players could win, and it could be a 3-0 in either direction, or they could take us all the way to game 5, but I don't know, my gut feeling is just telling me beef salad today.
It could be beef salad. I'm very interested.
Yeah.
I'm very interested to see. We'll be
I could
hopping
be
in, like you
wrong,
said,
you know?
in a second here. Need a second more according to the big boss, but then we will be
Okay.
heading in. Very excited. And also we should be looking pretty good for the rest of the schedule. We did a lot of tweaks to the broadcast, which you might not even notice. They're so subtle that you might not even notice, but we've tried to make things a little bit more streamlined as we go through the rest of today. So ideally, this is the only little break thing that we need, and then after that, we'll be kind of smoothly running along here. I'm trying so hard, Rose, to not ask about your other story because I know we are going to get into another game here, and I would love to
Yeah.
save it for next weekend if we need it. So
Yeah,
I'm going
it's
to
a
hope that we
long
do
s
hop in.
well, I say long story, like, it's gonna take longer than the time it is for us to get into the game here, so
Yeah,
I'll
yeah, yeah.
save it, but it's a good one,
So
so
do you want to give a teaser that people can look out for potentially next weekend?
I don't know if I can summarize it into a teaser. It's
It's
kind of like it's kinda like an expect the unexpected kinda thing,
oh,
you know?
okay.
Yeah.
Well, we're gonna
It's
we're
like
gonna expect the unexpected.
whatever you think it's gonna be is not what it actually is.
Let's take a look
So,
at myself. I'm gonna actually knowledge check myself right now because I could
okay.
be totally wrong. Okay, yeah, never mind. So last season, you want to take a guess at what Jay's forfeit rate was last season? This season, it's 5.7%.
I'm gonna say 6.5%.
15% forfeit rate last
Oh,
season
okay.
over almost 900 matches. So I was for a second, I was like, 5% seems kind of low for the point I'm making. And then I like kind of went with it because I was like, well, I don't want to sound stupid. And I had to knowledge check myself and go back to season 10 and not use season 11. And yeah, sure enough,
Very
that
high.
is what the potential is. But again, Jay's potential for speed is higher than basically anyone. So we're gonna see here what this Desert Temple has for these runners. Looks like 3 diamonds, not 2. So we're gonna see a diamond pick here. That's always exciting. And we're gonna have to keep an eye out for lava and a gravel patch.
Yeah, haven't seen anything yet on either runner's screen, but just keeping an eye out here as they are starting to gather their wood. Still looking around for beef salad as well, but going a lot further for trees here than Jay did. Jay went fairly close to the temple, whereas beef going a little bit further away to try and find that lava pool.
Yeah, absolutely. But something I'm noticing here is there's no golden apples and only 13 flesh, which is like nothing. That's like really, really minimum food. Pretty low flesh as well. Not having at least one gapple for like pearling to cords is really kind of annoying. And it looks like Jay is just pushing this lava pool with no flint to my knowledge. So I think this is going to be a woodlight here from Jay.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
beef grabbing the gravel, from traveling that little bit further towards where they saw the river. So Jay's gonna be hoping for a very fast woodlight here, but there's not all that much you can do to speed it up once you've got your lava set up, and it doesn't even matter for Jay, it's a
Wow.
instant woodlight. So
Really nice setup.
immediately, yeah, well ahead. Beef does find the lava pool now, but is definitely gonna be entering behind Jay now.
Yeah, gonna be a little bit behind here. I actually really liked how Jay set that up. I was gonna point out, like, when he set up, like, the back for, like, the normal water flow, he also put 2 wood in the back immediately, which I've never actually seen any other runner do. I'm sure people have done that before, but just not something that I've ever really caught. And having that there pre-placed can help with the fire really nicely, and, I mean, it pays off for Jay in a big way here. Gonna use chunk borders to figure out what way of the treasure bastion he needs to go around here, which is a really nice use of tech. As Beef is in the nether now, sees the bastion, but Jay, I mean, with these blocks, is well ahead of Beef Salad here.
Yeah, absolutely kind of storming ahead, able to start the route so quickly, and Beef is still approaching, taking a lot of damage on the bridge there for Jay, which is not ideal given the low amount of food that we were talking about earlier. So it's going to mean that, if he takes another hit, he's not going to be able to throw any pearls. Is potentially going to have to hunger
Yeah.
reset. And
I was
does
gonna
take a hit
say,
from a piglin.
whoa,
Is
whoa,
down onto one
whoa!
heart. Very, very straight piglin's able to get up. Must have been either on
I
top
missed
or
that.
maybe
I
they
did
came
not
in from
realize
the
that they could get up. Let's watch on Beef Salad side here. How do the piglins get up here? I actually have no idea how the piglins got up for Jay. Because on Beef's side,
yeah,
it looks normal. Maybe accidentally broke a block, or maybe accidentally placed a block in the wrong spot that allowed them to get up. But Beef Salad is not going to have the same situation that Jay just did. And
yeah,
honestly, like, if I'm Jay and I'm just chugging this flesh, like, I would really think about just hunger resetting here instead of continuing to eat the flesh so you have at least something for purling to the fortress or something in the end game.
yeah, absolutely, and that's gonna cost Jay a lot of time. I mean, him and Beef are basically at the same point now as well. I think maybe the stair was missing, but it's really hard to tell. And Jay takes another hit because there's another stray piglin. So just really only 5 rotten flesh now as well, and really low health. So he's definitely gonna have to hunger reset here, I think.
Wow. That's a really smart way to deal with the piglin, just breaking the blocks. Really nicely done from Jay. Beef Salad getting the last couple backups here. Jay's now going to trade those backups. Still looks slightly ahead of Beef Salad here, even with all the commotion. But what's really going to like decide who's ahead is this food management for the rest of the seed. I mean, Jay threw this pearl hang. Can't throw another one after this? I mean, barely can throw another one. It's going to be on half a heart. Sees the fortress. Probably just won't pearl to it because it's right here. And it's going to be in the fortress first. I'm really curious about how we're going to pearl. We are. Really aggressive play from Jay, but I mean, Rose, this is why he has a second place RSG time. He knows how to play when he needs to push pace.
Yeah, exactly. Just not even kind of considering the hunger reset, just going straight in and just kind of banking on no kind of shenanigans in the fortress with skeletons, not too many mobs around. Beef is in the fort now looking for the spawner, but yeah, Jay definitely, down to 1 flesh now.
Really close to getting spawned on there as well. Look at the
Yeah.
pre-crafts coming out. Beef Salad hitting some strays, though, on the way to a very different spawner, though. So the rod count is actually pretty close to even, but Jay a lot farther along on the pre-crafts and just building a portal, has the blaze bed already done on the spawner as well. So Jay in, I would still say, a better spot, but Beef Salad's still looking not out of this yet by any means.
Yeah, four rods for Beef. Jay is having to hunger reset here. Beef is also going to have to do the same, only on 2 hearts. So, you know, not too much in it. And Jay's dealing with an Endermite as well. So
Oh,
just,
wow.
an extra little bit of inconvenience as Beef is now starting their blind. And only, I think, only 6 eyes for Jay. So still needs to get 3 rods, whereas Beef was on 4 rods.
Yeah, I also really liked the play of Beef, like, in the portal, mining the overlap as you were in the portal animation. I thought that was really cool. I think we've seen a lot more portal animation overlapping stuff this season, which has been cool, whether it's placing blocks or mining blocks. Really cool to see that progression. Jay trying to get the last couple rods here, not able to leave just yet. And I want to take a moment to look at the hotbar differences between the runners. Beef Salad with Iron Axe, Iron Sword, and a Gold Pickaxe, where Jay only has the Iron Sword out now, but I mean, hasn't used it yet at all. And it's Stone Axe and no Gold Pickaxe. The Gold Pickaxes are really the thing to watch here, especially on the 0 cycle.
Yeah, absolutely. That can be the difference between making sure you're able to, get out of that cage quicker. Jay does get a last rod, I believe, and is out now. No, was going back to throw another pearl. Saw the rod drop but didn't pick it up. And so had to go back and throw a new pearl hang. So another kind of little bit of time loss.
Definitely some time loss here. Jay building the portal. Gonna be in the stronghold first. Sub 730. This should hit. No funny business. Looking for a spike. Pretty good spike almost immediately in this bottom right corner. Beef Salad, though, got here instantly. I mean, that was a phenomenal pearl hang to get here.
Yeah.
And Jay committing to the spike way down here. And is going to be entering the end. Jay has to commit to this here. Or Beef Salad has to commit to this. This end is open, though, so the gold pickaxe play won't matter. And Jay, I should say, excuse me, has a lot of explosives. I think has 7 to deal with this dragon. But it is going to have to be a weird side setup here on 103. Setup is normal. And should be okay.
Plenty of explosives as well for Jay.
This double bed is going to come through. Really nice damage. Still enough for another double bed. But the dragon breaks the bed! And that was way too low. Gonna die. And all Beef has to do now, after being behind the entire seed, is just hit the 0. A really aggressive double bed from Jay there on an awkward arrow will seal it. Beef Salad doesn't choke the 0 and is going to be able to take the 1-0 lead over Jay here. Wow.
Wow. I mean, Jay kind of ahead the whole time, but, lots of little things just slowing him down and, yeah, losing it all on the 0 at the end there.
That's crazy. I thought that arrow was pretty aggressive. Whenever I go for like a back side setup, there's always some arrows that top runners are much more comfortable with than I would ever go for. As we take a look at the seed splits, we have this all set up today. That's very nice. And we could see, I mean, Rose, Beef Salad basically behind every split except for entering the fortress, which is kind of like a vague split sometimes. And was still able to pull it out just because of the end. Like, the 0 just means everything.
Yeah, and, they were so, fairly close, but I think Beef was able to get that slight second gain on the fortress because they were able to throw an extra pearl because of the health situation with Jay leaving the bastion, but, yeah, losing it all in the very, very last split's gotta be very frustrating for Jay.
No, absolutely. I mean, that arrow, going for that one, especially when you know that you're ahead by that 10, 15 seconds, or I mean, looking at the splits, 13 seconds, that is a really aggressive arrow to go for. And I think Jay would have just been, I don't think the first bed without the arrow would have broken at all. And I think he probably would have been able to just seal the deal. But I mean, you go into game 2 probably thinking, it's unlucky, short-term memory. I played the rest of the seed better. I was ahead, the entire seed, and try and go into the next seed with a fresh mind.
Yeah, and we definitely saw Jay playing very aggressively. I mean, he, wasn't hesitating in terms of the speed which he was entering the fort on very, very low health. You didn't delayed the kind of hunger reset until he blinded. So we were seeing Jay kind of cranking a lot of speed. So potentially why he was, going for that more aggressive arrow during his zero.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, beef salad up 1-0, played the rest of the seed really good. I mean, made up it felt like a lot of time because of
Mhm.
the raw difference, like going to the second portal. I really like the terrain and the decision making that Beef did going to that. Both of them nailed the nav. I mean, does seem like this is going to be a very, very even set, which I'm personally very excited for.
Yeah.
I want to see this go the distance if it absolutely can.
Yes, absolutely. Would love to see a game five. And I'm also now really curious what C type Jay is going to pick here as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look at that. We're ready for
Yeah.
action. It's gonna be a shipwreck. Which I think makes sense. Going to the ocean here, I mean, beef salad is going to be comfortable on basically every sea type because of how much ranked beef salad plays. But Jay here, shipwreck, go to an ocean in general, kind of save the BT pick or whatever. Don't worry too much about that, and you could just play the shipwreck. Maybe it's a little bit different resources. So I like the pick. A little bit of variance potentially compared to BT in the sense of what's the food chest going to look like here for the runners? Are we going to get like a lot of bread, carrots? Are we going to be, struggling a little bit with rotten flesh? So that's, I think, the thing that I'm going to watch out for the most in this overworld.
Yeah, definitely. And we had a very low food seed last game. So it'll be interesting to see, depending on, as you say, what the food chest is going to be looking like is definitely going to affect their decisions. And also, we saw it yesterday with the shipwreck seed with Blaze Mind and Bungie. There's that little bit of kind of brain RNG depending on which direction you choose to go, where you're looking for your ravine. And, if you miss the direction that the ravine is in, you can end up in two very different places, and that can cost you a lot of time as well.
Absolutely. We saw that. I mean, we saw that yesterday with, I think it was Blaze Mind, who went really far for one ravine and lost about 20 seconds in the overworld. So there could be a lot of variance with that as well. I think Shipwreck has maybe the most variance out of any C type, to be honest, in these overworlds. So excited to see what these runners can find. Neither immediately spotting the shipwreck, but Beef seems to be going this direction with much more purpose than Jay is. And Jay's actually going to decide to grab some logs first, which is something you very rarely see at this level.
Yeah, normally, runners going straight for the ship, but yeah, Jay gathering blocks there. Beef looking
Wow. I
very,
think I think Jay might play this
far.
whole thing. No, he's not. I actually thought for a second. No, he is. He's gonna play this whole ship from the ship and get all his wood now. This is really rare. I can't remember the last time I saw a player do what Jay's doing. And look at this. Beef Salad's going to get rewarded because he gets a TNT in the food chest. So Beef Salad's going to be able to come back here with a bunch of resources, have the TNT from the food chest. But if it's a very linear nether rose, Jay is going to have the advantage because Beef is going to be entering at least 20 seconds slower.
Yeah, absolutely. And the ship is far. Beef's having to swim a long way. Jay's got a boat. It's just going to be a very, very different overworld experience for these two players here.
I mean, look at this too with the Guardian shooting at you. Jay gonna craft everything that he needs, even grab more blocks on this shipwreck with the iron axe now. And I mean, the food situation though is huge for both runners. I mean, 9 bread, a bunch of carrots for golden carrots later on. If Jay really needs blocks, I guess he can TNT later. Meanwhile, Beef Salad getting everything sorted on their end now, but I think Jay is going to be entering significantly faster if he can find the ravine, but hasn't located it yet. Also has to go back to the island just to get gravel because it's a warm ocean. And Beef Salad heading a completely different direction, it looks like.
Yeah, very different routing from both
Oh,
of
no,
these
they're not.
runners. And yeah, it's very just back and forth, a lot of zigzagging. It's going to be really interesting to see how far this ravine is and if that's going to have made a difference to this enter here because they both kind of look to be in the same place.
And it looks like this ravine is not real for Beef Salad. Oh, no, the second one is, but it's kind of awkward. No, this will definitely be real. It opens up enough for that to be real. Jace is going to be real as well. So these runners will be entering at basically the exact same time. And somehow with actually similar resources. I mean, yes, Beef Salad has more blocks, but Jay has like a stack of wood, which in ranked is actually quite a bit. So I don't think the block difference is going to matter too much unless the terrain is absolutely horrendous. So really interesting overworld. One of the most variable overworlds I can remember watching in a ranked playoff scene.
Yeah, and what is most interesting is they played the overworld so differently, and they're pretty much entering the Bastion at the same time. So
Yeah, but entering
yeah.
different places. Like, look at this. Jay deciding to go to the bridge. Beef Salad going all the way from the back. This is going to give Jay an advantage here. I think both also saw the fort as well. I know I saw it on Jay's screen for sure. But we misplaced the gold block
And
as
replace
lava.
the lava. And just wow, I don't even know what to say. That's just maybe just mistake from going so fast. Just
Wow.
not, block's not in the place you expect, and Jay is having to just full reset here, I think.
Did he full reset? I didn't see a reset come out. No,
I
he didn't
don't
reset.
know. No,
He didn't. That's what I was surprised
Okay.
about because
because I don't know if things would have burnt.
that's what I'm worried about. I think things probably burn. I mean, it's a hard call. You're on the edge. Sometimes they can get like caught on the top block and you can kind of be like fine. But this is rare. Like not rare. This is a really risky play from Jay, but I mean the thought process is probably like, okay, like I know I'm like 2 minutes behind now. Like if I reset, like I'm definitely like 3 minutes, 4 minutes behind. If I just run it back, like maybe you're just hoping for the high roll here because you know you're really behind anyway. It's an interesting thought process, but on the other side, Beef Salad, not a care in the world, feeling good. I mean, really clean treasure route from them.
Yeah, and I think for Jay as well, with relatively how slow the enter was as well. Maybe you just you're just going to be losing so much more time. But with the lava being placed and the bridge, it's just going to be really interesting to see how much.
See right now.
Yeah.
So they're trading something. The pickaxe is safe. So yeah, where Jay died, he was like cornered in enough to be able to save his stuff. Really nice recognition of that. He probably had some idea that was going to work out. But no distraction gold now up here. No gold block to break. So has to play a little bit differently than you would normally see. Meanwhile, Beef Salad crushing it at the spawner. Iron Sword ready to go. Blaze Bed going to come out on this second spawner. And, I mean, looks really strong. I mean, Rose, your prediction is looking pretty good right now.
I know, but I don't want to speak too soon because we've seen, anything can happen. But yeah, I mean, really, really fast from Beef. Just really consistent, maximizing the amount of blaze spawns that they're getting by playing both of these spawners here. And, just having a very, very different experience in the Bastion compared to Jay.
One heart. Piglin fell on the gold block hole from the TNT treasure. Like, I just have no idea what's happening on Jay's screen. And again, just pushing pace, not worrying about eating until now, getting the gold trades down. I mean, he has to. Like, he has to. He's behind by so much. It's a tough look, but I mean, you have to play as aggressively as you can to get back in this game. Meanwhile, Beef Salad, the pre-crafts are coming out. I mean, how many explosives is that? Like 11? Like, Beef is looking phenomenal.
7 or 8 beds and 4 anchors, so looking really, really strong.
Really nice. I mean, we're getting the rods now. They're starting to drop. 3 right now for Beef. Probably just going to blind here. The boat play is pretty sick to get in the portal and reset it. Reset your boat eye. It's pretty nice. Gonna get up here, climb through the tree. Still has to break like 4 leaves. This is pretty... Oh, wow. Is actually still gonna get the read. Really impressive to get that. Jay leaving the Bastion now. I think maybe missed the Pearl Hang, but... Or missed the Pearl out. Or is setting up a... Yeah, missed the Pearl Hang out, so is now having a Pearl back. Jay's POV is so chaotic. It's so hard to follow what's happening. But Beef Salad, I mean, at least it's looking pretty normal.
Yeah, not a fan of treasure bastions today for Jay, I fear. But does look to now be leaving. Yep, has reached the fortress. But for Beef, only needs to get 3 more rods. And then it's just going to be out. Does lose a rod off the edge. Does decide to go down to get it. And having to... Okay, and takes advantage to have a Pearl Hang in the right direction, but does have to build up back up here to try and get this final rod. So a little bit of time loss, but not too much.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, it's some time loss. It's not going to be enough for Jay to get back in the game, but any little bit will help, especially going into the stronghold here. So That's what we need to keep an eye on. Beef does get the last rod. The Pearl Hang looks really good, but it is a far stronghold. I just saw Beef refresh their calculator, and it's still like 170 blocks to go. So, I mean, they have the pearls. They can go. The terrain looks really nice, but maybe Jay's able to make up a little bit of time on that if you're a Jay fan. But, I mean, Beef Salad is doing nothing to let Jay back in this game at all.
Yeah, just been playing so well for the seed. It's got plenty of food as well, 2 golden carrots, so can just pearl aggressively. Isn't gonna need to hunger reset. So depending on what the spike looks like in the stronghold for beef salad, it's gonna be a lot for Jay to catch back up here.
Beef entering the stronghold now. We'll see what that spike looks like as they enter. Immediately looking pretty good, that top left direction. But that middle spike, I mean, that seems relatively high. Is going to commit to it for right now because there's nothing really better, but not the cleanest stronghold here. I mean, Jay, again, long way to go here. We only have 3 rods. Would take a lot to get back into this, but Beef, not the happiest with what they're seeing right now in the stronghold.
Yeah, and dealing with a skeleton as well as they are trying to find, and that might be the reason
That
why
is a
they had a weird
problem.
spike, yeah. We do still have zombie spawners in this, season for these seeds. We're still playing the seeds as if they would have been in the season 10, ranked ladder, so we do still have zombie spawners in the stronghold, but next season, obviously, current season 11, we don't have zombie spawners in the stronghold because zombie spawner spikes look pretty much the same as
Yeah,
a,
completely
silverfish
identical.
one. Yeah. So it does, make for your navigation to be a little bit harder.
I mean, Beef Salad's still struggling. I thought they had a spike that I kind of liked. It looked like a pretty good Y shape back near the zombie spawner, but I mean, they investigated it. It didn't look like anything they could really do anything with. And all of a sudden, Rose, I mean, Jay's going to chords here. I'm gonna
Yep,
presume he's not sending the 2-eye and has another rod because I did miss that. So I mean, that would be absurd. I don't think he's doing that. So has everything. This looks like it could be it for Beef. This double staircase. It's always the double staircase. I mean, there's mobs down here. There's a little bit of light. Still
potentially
nothing though.
definitely opening the window for Jay to make up the time here, but a lot more mobs now spawning,
Oh my
creeper
gosh. Oh
dropping
my
down from the ceiling.
god.
Um, a lot of mobs for beef salad right now, and Jay is building
And I mean,
on the
here's the
core.
portal. Now, Jay is also going to obviously have to deal with this. It's the same stronghold. It's going to have the zombie spawner. But the thing to watch out for early on is the earlier you can get multiple spikes or like things that you can really look at, the better because it's less mobs have spawned in yet. And I mean, Jay is beelining this direction. Hasn't seen anything yet. This doesn't exactly look like an area that excuse me, Beef has been yet. So
Yep.
I actually thought that was going to be it for a second, but it's not. And now we're in a spot, Rose, where I mean, it's a mad dash, and there it is for
Beef
Beef.
does find it eventually, but it was a long time to be able to get there. But able to enter, still has a golden apple. Jay, meanwhile, still looking, but definitely
I think
was
it's right
close
here, though. I
there.
think it's right here for Jay.
Yep, it
I mean,
is.
I don't think it's enough, but
Beef
Beef
falls
Salad
into the
does fall,
cage.
yeah. And now has to build out. I mean, is going to be at a lower height. Is still going to be able to get to 95, 94. So the dragon could fly here. It's very unlikely in ranked, but it could fly.
And Jay is not far behind, so depending how this 0 goes for Beef, but
Wow.
not too much of an issue for Beef there. But, Jay able to make up the time at the end there, is now starting his 0 cycle. So that, perhaps the stronghold there for Beef, did open a window for Jay to make up time there. Jay definitely did put in a lot of time to crank it there at the very end.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, ended up being a really close match. I mean, when was the last time we had an 11xx in a playoffs game? That is a pretty crazy seed that they had. No
Yeah.
fault of the runners, really. It was an awkward overworld into the stronghold of doom and despair. I
Yeah.
mean, 1 second separating them in the bastion, 2.5 minutes separating them, basically entering the fortress, and then Jay cut down a whole 2 minutes on stronghold nav to beef salad. But in the end, it just wasn't enough to get the seed, and beef salad's going to go up 2-0 here.
Yeah. And now if you're Jay, you're going to be thinking, I've got the next seed pick. what can I do here to give me a chance to make that comeback? But hopefully, maybe able to take a little bit of comfort in the fact that he was able to, cut down that 2 minutes in that final split. If you're beef, you're not going to be feeling too comfortable. We've got to be thinking a little bit. These kind of situations can happen that can flip a seed around. So I think it's definitely still all to play for here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, 2-0 we've seen a couple games go to 2-0 yesterday. We're hoping that this one won't go to a 3-0. We're gonna show you a Fulham analysis though before we hop into game 3 to show you all the things that Rose and I missed because I'm very curious to see what Fulham has to show because this match has been, at least especially on Jay's POV Rose, I mean, it has been very hard to follow. So I'm very curious to see what Fulham's got for us. Fulham, take it away.
Thank you, guys. Welcome back to day 2 of Season 10 playoffs. We are in the midst of Beef Salad versus Jay. Very, very interesting seeds that have gone on so far. And we had some confusion in that first seed around about the Treasure Bastion, given the fact that Jay had some upwards wandering pigs. And I wanted to have a little bit of a talk about what happened during that seed. So first and foremost, Jay does the route, very standard, very expected, breaks a gold block here, and is able to open up the sides. After putting the pigs in the hole up here, here's more aggressive pigs from above, and it expertly goes into F5 and notices the pig walking down the stairs. As soon as he can, avoids this situation by grabbing that gold block. Expertly did not die, did very, very well to avoid death in that situation. Distracts the piglins. However, you notice Beef Salad's route, this is Beef Salad now, they did not have any of those wandering pigs. And as much as I went through every single possible outcome, I thought maybe there was terrain and maybe there was a weird spawn. Maybe Jay had a slightly a different route to the Bastion. Pretty much everything was the exact same. What I can do is show you in the seed exactly why these pigs did come up. So on this left-hand rampart right here, we actually see that there is some natural decay allowing the pigs to walk up this staircase and pathfind across. Not only was there decay here, which is relatively common, you might see pigs wander it to the top of your treasure bastion. However, we also have decay between the ramparts. Now, this block here usually is full, but this block had decayed, allowing pigs to wander over to Bad Gamer's side, and this does allow him to, this does cause him even to take a significant amount of damage here. Obviously, a low food seed gonna cause him to have some problems. However, when we look at Beef Salad's, their pigs did not wander all the way up the bastion. You can see Beef Salad's pig only wandered around about halfway up, and so when Beef Salad broke this gold block, it was able to be aggroed back down towards Beef Salad rather than going on top of the bastion. Now, this is one of those things which, as much as we can standardize as, as many things as we possibly can, there is obviously some micro things that are going to make some difference. And that is unfortunately one of those times where it is going to be down to how you get to the bastion, exactly what route you take, exactly how fast you break certain blocks, in which positions you stand. And as much as that's a skill difference, there's also a little bit of randomness that happens there. And as we look in the second seed, there was just a simple thing that happened. Unfortunately, Jay did miss hotkey on this moment, trying to right-click the gold that was in his fourth slot, and unfortunately grabbing the lava bucket instead, causing him and the piglin to both die. And although he made a very valiant effort at a comeback, it is currently 2 seeds to 0 to Beef Salad. Will we see yet another 3-0 commentated by Kuraway and Rosebeams? You're going to have to wait and stick around to find out, so I'm going to send you back to those guys right now.
Yeah, we thought something like that could happen, but I mean, seeing it actually on the replay, I liked that Jay had the thought process to F5 there. I really liked the screenshot of Jay with the pickaxe and like just the foot of the piglin going down the stairs is just absolute horror movie stuff there from Jay. But I mean, was able to survive. Unfortunately, not able to pull any of these games in his favor. But I mean, Rose, Beef Salad's up 2-0, but Jay has not looked, bad at all. I mean, I think Jay definitely has a line to get back into the series.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we saw in the first seed, Jay was ahead for every single split. It was only at the very, very end with the zero cycle, and Jay was also able to make up the time. They were pretty much equal into the Nether, into the Bastion, and Jay did make up that time while Beef was kind of going through a lot of trials and tribulations in the Stronghold. So, I think definitely still a lot of potential for Jay. He's playing very, very fast, very, very aggressive. Just, a couple of unfortunate things happening in the Treasure Bastion.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see what seed Jay is gonna pick. Buried treasure. We're going back to ocean. Maybe like the variants from the last seed. I mean, I still can't
Mm.
get over the overworld from the last seed. That was so
Yeah,
cool.
just
So
completely different.
it was completely different, and they still entered the same time. So maybe we see a little bit more silliness on this ocean here with the buried treasure pick. It's a seed type that both of these runners are going to be very, very comfortable with, and the loot is going to be pretty good. I mean, hoping for some TNT here. I want to see a lot of blocks, and I also want to see more TNT Bastion routes, Rose, because we've seen some really cool ones today already.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's, TNT just adds a lot more, I think, to the game. Definitely, I think still a lot more that's like not fully discovered with what we can do with TNT. So I'm curious to kind of see what happens. And also, this is our first time seeing buried treasure because we didn't have buried treasure yesterday. So we get to see the
Yes,
beautiful buried treasure graphic for us.
it's very nice. We get to see it. We're going to see how these runners do in what could be the final seed of this matchup, which I hope not, because we only have 3 games today. So I want as much Minecraft as humanly possible. Both of these
Yeah.
runners immediately spotting the BT here. It's nice that it has the stone. They can spot it just absolutely immediately. 4 TNT, bunch of iron. I mean, Rose, this is everything you could ask for basically in a buried treasure.
Yep. This is exactly what we asked for, exactly what we wanted. So, gonna be hopefully pretty interesting seed. Both the runners gathering up their wood, trying to break the gravel to get flint, but weren't able to get that. So still gonna have to spend a little bit of time for that, but very, very quick overworld here.
Yeah, absolutely. Jay looks like is going to be leaving the island first. And I mean, look at this hotbar organization from Jay and Beef Salad now doing the same. I always love the offhand sorting. It's so freaking cool to see. Jay is going to be hopping down for gravel just ever so slightly before Beef Salad, but doesn't look like there's going to be that much variance here. I mean, I like the gold pressure play. That's the word I was looking for. Play from Jay because you don't have to go pick it back up again. Servine is a little bit weird with the lava on the side, but should be all good. Yeah, this 2x1 is pretty normal for Jay. Going to be able to get a lava bucket as well. And Beef Salad's going to be about 5 seconds behind on Jay. And it's another
It's
treasure
treasure.
bastion.
Treasure again. So surely nothing going wrong for Jay here. Um, you know, we're not gonna have any
No
crazy
lava
pig
bucket in the
shenanigans.
hotbar.
Yep.
Plays this very carefully to get around the piglins here. Gives actually Beef Salad a little bit of time to catch up, but I mean, again, Jay's top speed is just absolutely ridiculous here. Shooting up this bastion. Beef Salad getting
Yeah.
up here now, right-clicking the piglin to make sure that guy doesn't mess with him. And it's pretty close now. I mean, again, Beef maybe catching a second or two throughout all of this, but Jay not letting out go of the lead just yet.
Yeah, definitely just a little bit ahead
There's
here.
the
And he's
TNT.
gonna TNT.
Really nice. Late block saves the damage. We're going to see probably something similar from Beef Salad here once Beef gets to the other side. Oh, no, Beef is on the other side. So we're
Yeah.
not seeing something different from Beef. It's only going to be Jay doing the TNT treasure, and that could be a little bit more leeway for Jay here, still in the lead. I love this block breaking of the path that I'm seeing from Jay. It's so smart. I've never seen that before. Really cool stuff. Grabbing this last backup block. And Jay looks so locked in here on this seed.
Yeah, absolutely. Has done a great job of just sort of ignoring the last 2 seeds and just staying very, very focused.
Rose, I
Um,
don't want to alarm you. I'm realizing this could be a sub 3 fortress for Jay. I'm realizing right now. Like, if we could leave like
Potentially.
right now, I don't know what exactly we're missing. Like, we're basically just out.
Yeah, just maybe a few more pearls.
Still looking for something. Yeah, maybe wants one more pearl trade.
I think he's got about 17 pearls. So maybe
Yeah,
just
it's
wants a
just the
few
pearls, I think. I
more.
mean, we have 25 obby. Everything else, I mean, Beef Salad could decide to leave on that. The treasures, or the fortress is there. Jay's taking a little bit more time and is out. So is
Yep.
going to leave regardless on those 17 pearls. Down to
I think the same for
16
beef as
now.
well.
And look at the strays on Jay's screen, though. That's
Wow.
5 blazes minimum. A lot of withers, though, too. Beef Salad now entering. Not nearly as many strays, but also not as many withers either. Neither runner sees the spawner. Actually, no, Beef does. So Beef's on the spawner. But look at the strays for Jay. This is
Wow.
crazy pace, but gets hit from behind. There's so many withers rows.
So many withers to deal with as well. And, we saw this yesterday. It can end up costing you more time having to deal with all of these withers. But, there's so many strays on the screen.
Look at Beef taking a lot of damage at the spawner, though. Down to 2 hearts as well. Seem to have their own problems doing this TNT. And the rates are not rating as well. Jay only 2 after all of that.
Yeah, and potentially that's why Beef didn't use the TNT in the Treasure Bastion to save it to be able to clear the spawner. But still having a little bit of difficulty there. Definitely not the smoothest fortress.
Double big magma cube for Jay, by the way. Just absolutely disaster. And is going the opposite direction of where the spawner was for Beef. So Beef with 4 rods gonna blind and has the luxury of being at the spawner, and when they get back through to the nether, has 4 more blazes to kill.
Yeah, and Jay still killing all of the tiny little magma cubes. Does find a spawner now and is on 5 rods, so not
if this drops, doesn't drop though, probably not gonna really do any blaze bedding stuff because there's just so much else that Jay's gonna want to cover here. The pre-crafts, the portal. So much to do. Beef, I'm not sure if Beef is pre-crafted yet. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if they didn't have time to yet. No, but Beef Salad did. So I would be pretty surprised if Beef doesn't leave off these last 2 blazes. Needs 1 more rod. Doesn't get it, though.
Doesn't get it. Yeah. So gonna have to wait for another cycle. Does get one very, very quickly at least. And does get the final rod that they need. So is going to be leaving the fortress first. Whereas Jay still in the blind. So, playing for the strays there for Jay, going for that faster, potentially more aggressive play is maybe backfiring now. Beef having a much more simpler time in the fortress by playing the spawner as opposed to trying to play the strays. Jay had to deal with a lot of wither skeletons, big magma cubes. So definitely, potentially a little bit of time loss there.
Yeah, Jay does have the 6 rods, though, is able to get it before leaving, and Beef's terrain here is not incredible. Obviously, they're going to go to the same stronghold as Jay. Nasty Pearl to survive. Yeah. But, Beef digging through a lot of netherrack, and Jay's going to have to do the same. So there wasn't any line for Jay there to find better terrain. And Beef, once again, is going to be in the stronghold first here. We're going to have to see what the spike looks like for them. And immediately, a beautiful spike down mid. Nothing like the last seed at all. I'm sure Beef is thrilled about that. This looks like it's just got to be it. And it is. And a really fast time coming out. Hunger reset going to come through for Beef. Going to try and get the silverfish to aggro them here. But, with this hunger reset, if Jay just decides to push it, nailing this nav, this is taking a lot of time for Beef Salad here. And Jay's going to go for the gravel. And all of a sudden, Rose, they're dying at the exact same time.
Beef didn't set that spawn.
So
they didn't place the bed.
Fully in this now.
Just
full free reign to just hit the 0.
Yeah, just potentially Beef thinking they're a little bit further ahead than they were. Didn't realize how much Jay closed the gap and was kind of spending a little bit more time, trying to do the hunger reset more effectively. Trying to save pearls there.
I'm not exactly sure the explosive count, but these beds from Jay are not amazing. Now a clean double bed goes through. We still have 2 more double beds, so we should be totally fine. This should be enough. Yeah, it is. And Jay will get a seed on the board. Rose, that looked like Beef Salad had that done. Like, that looked like we're hunger resetting and we're good. But no. Jay, that was unbelievable.
Excellent from Jay to be able to kind of close that gap. They're ahead first and then just, was dealing with a lot in the fortress with a lot more mobs. But yeah, just less hesitating in the stronghold, just, choosing not to save the pearls and to just get over and done with. And you can see there, Beef's able to draw ahead into the blind split and into the stronghold, but then just loses it at the very, very end.
Just absolutely unbelievable from both runners there. Jay 5 seconds ahead into the fortress. Then Beef Salad 15 seconds ahead, actually in the stronghold. I truly think if Beef didn't die without setting the spawn, I think Jay loses. Like, just because the 0 was not that clean from Jay probably would have still entered like a second or two ahead of Beef, but that was like a 4 rotation 0 for Jay. That was like pretty wild to see. I'm really curious what that would have looked like. That would have been a crazy 0 race, but instead, I mean, I can't remember a time in playoffs that something like that happened. I mean, really crazy to see that. And it's also one of those things, Rose, where it can be difficult to bounce back. You got to have that short-term memory. I mean, you're Beef Salad, you were up 2-0, you're still up 2-1. You're still one game away from taking this. But I mean, wow, what a way to lose a seed.
Yeah, it's got to be frustrating. And this is where, that mental is going to come into play more so than ever. You've got to make sure that you are, immediately forgetting what's just happened. You've just got to move straight onto the next seed. You don't want to let yourself dwell on this, because if you do, then you're going to get, the potential to be snowballed could happen very, very quickly. And we said they've both been so close together, and it's just these little mistakes here that you can't be affording to make when you're playing against, when you have a matchup with two players that are this fast.
Yeah, just absolutely crazy. The next seed, Ruined Portal. That's a wiggly, kelp-filled Ruined Portal. It's okay, we'll
Yeah.
give Oliver some slack. I've misspoken like 4 times today. Oliver can have one scene that's wrong. Pay attention to the bottom. Oh, we fixed it live. W
Oh.
production.
Huge.
W production. I mean, Ruined Portal is an interesting pick here. Beef obviously has a really fast Ruined Portal time. Jay really likes Ruined Portal as well. I think regardless of what's happening here, Rose, I think we're in for a really fast seed.
Yeah, I think now maybe, Beef is thinking, it's the I'm trying to word it in the right way, because they obviously picked the first seed, but we've had, 2 J picks, and maybe they're thinking, I was faster in some of these seeds today. Maybe I just want to go all out speed pace by going for the Ruined Portal here. I know it's something I can do well. So potentially a little bit of the kind of thinking behind the seed selection here, but hopefully also we don't have another treasure bastion. I would like to see a different bastion today.
I would like to see it. I think both runners would like to see a different bastion as well, just so we get a little bit of variance on the routes. With Beef Salad playing in this game, I would love to see a bridge. Let's get some weird bridge routes going on. Like, let's do some Jimbo James. Let's do some like triple to Chalice to whatever. But we're gonna have to wait and see. It's gonna be Ruined Portal in the overworld before anything else, and it is. I mean, we don't even see it yet. It's going to be a hanging portal, it looks like. So is it completable with Obby? Or are they going to have to make a bucket? It's going to be a bucket, and they're 1 nugget short from a pickaxe.
That's got to be frustrating. I did do some practice of my 9 times tables yesterday. So I do know you need,
nice.
you need 54 to be able to get 6 ingots to be able to make bucket and pickaxe. So yeah, there is a lava pool right next to the portal. So maybe interesting to see.
Yeah.
Do they go for potentially, going for the lava pool rather than trying to, do a completion on this hanging portal? It's Silk Touch pickaxe as well, so a little bit extra time here having to be spent to mine the stone here as well.
It definitely is, and there's no other like really close tree to this tree, so this is kind of awkward. We're gonna have to go a little bit far here to do kind of whatever we want to do. We're gonna kill a cow for Jay. Beef looks like we're not going to just enter, are we, with 5 planks? Are we going to enter with 5 planks? No way.
Maybe.
Wow.
I think so.
Okay, we're going to get wood later. That's fine. I mean, obviously a lot of chances with different biomes and blinding and worst case stronghold, whatever, but it's not a play you see often. For sure.
And it is going to mean Beef is going to be entering faster here. Jay, interestingly, going for the lava pool, not having to run back as far after going for the tree, whereas Beef obviously entering at the Ruined Portal with the lava there. Trying to see the bastion. It's
another
treasure. It's treasure again.
It's another treasure. And Rose, I don't see a tree. I see basalt.
No.
I see nether waste. I don't see a tree. So not only does Beef Salad have 5 wood, we don't know where we're getting our extra wood. We have to use all of our gold pick basically to use for blocks just to get to the treasure. And then we're going to have to wood pick. I mean, this is really awkward. I mean, for both runners, to be honest, but not having that wood is so difficult for Beef here.
Yeah, I do see a warped in the background behind the other side of the treasure, but the issue is if your fortress isn't in that direction, you're not going to take the
No,
detour
you're just
there.
gonna high roll hoping that your blind is basically, somewhere. And also, friendly reminder, they still need that one nugget for an iron pickaxe, which I completely forgot about. I mean, really tough here from these runners. Jay gets it. Beef Salad already has it. Is gonna be able to start the route now. But I mean, we have 5 blocks. We have to do this with
Yeah.
5 wood blocks.
And now we got 3 wood blocks, so we're definitely not the
Whoa,
most
that's a new
ideal.
block to mine. I've never seen
Yeah.
that one because we just don't have the blocks to deal with this. We're just this is awesome for Beef Salad. I mean,
Yeah.
absolute bare minimum scraps treasure route.
Yeah,
Really
having to
impressive.
use every single block that we can get to be able to maximize this route. Very low gold. Only 1 gold block, I think, on that side for Beef Salad as well.
That's tough. What I do like though, notably, the 3 wood will allow Beef to make 1 blaze bed. So we'll be able to make a blaze bed before blinding to clear the spawner. Won't be able to do anything else pre-crafting wise, like notably not unless they have sticks. They do have a stick for an iron sword if they want to do that, I guess. But that is, I mean, it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough here. You
Yeah,
could just
it's
get an ocean
definitely
blind.
Yeah, and it's definitely going to slow you down. You know, you're not going to be able to overlap your pre-crafts while you're waiting for the blazes to spawn.
Yep.
So, yeah, definitely going to be interesting to see, if we don't have any wood available to us, it could be quite costly for Beef here.
I just think like if the roles were reversed and it was Jay doing this, it wouldn't shock me as much because Jay is behind. But Beef Salad has like the comfort of being ahead, basically. Of like, okay, like if I lose this, it's fine. I can play a little bit safer and grab a tree. But instead deciding, no, I want to push this as hard as I possibly can is really interesting. And I respect it a lot. I just hope it, works out for them because it'd be a crazy way to lose a game.
Yeah, definitely. I think, maybe just trying to kind of ignore the lost momentum from the previous seed and to try and keep it up and just, maximize the best possible pace that you can to try and help you bounce back.
Yeah, I mean,
Both
Beef is gonna
leaving
get
it.
to the. I was gonna say Beef is gonna get there first, but you're right.
Yeah.
It's marginal at best. I mean, they're
Yeah.
they're in the fort at the same exact time, but no
Yeah.
tree. It's not the way of the
No.
warped.
So still gonna be trying to look for wood for Beef Salad. Beef getting to the good part of the fort faster, but Jay very, very close behind. Beef going for, a route on top of the fortress, whereas Jay was going from inside, both pretty much at the spawner at the exact same time. So very, very close.
Yeah, and because Beef gets the rod from that first blaze, I'm assuming we're gonna see a fire clear here, and then basically an immediate portal build, just so we can get our resources to pre-craft. I'm actually surprised Beef is spending even this much time. I mean, it makes sense normally, but getting those pre-crafts in is going to be really, really crucial. Both runners in a very similar spot here. It's just going to come down, really, could be the deciding factor of this game for what is this blind biome, which is not something I don't think I've ever said in a ranked cast before.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really important because, Beef's clearing their inventory now, sorting, but isn't able to craft
I
anything.
don't even know if Beef realized. I just saw them try and
Yeah.
craft something. It was only iron helmet. So I don't even know if Beef fully realized. I think they had to based on how they did the
Yeah.
treasure route, but maybe thought they had something in reserve. Just 4 rods so far. We're going to get a blind now. And it comes down to this, realistically.
Yeah.
And trees.
Okay.
Oh, my goodness.
Not punished, but it's still gonna have to take the time to mine the trees and to craft. Whereas, for Jay, already kind of got that sorted.
Yeah. Absolutely crazy set of circumstances. And I just saw Jay make shears. His explosives low on the seed. We haven't even focused on that because of just the wood situation for Beef Salad here. But Jay just made shears. So maybe he's going to
Yeah.
try and push for
5?
something here.
Yeah, 5 beds for Beef and 2 anchors. So low, but not kind of uncomfortably so. But haven't seen the same as Beef just getting knocked off by a big Magnum Cube there. Has to
Yeah,
eat the golden apple.
I think if that's Beef's uh whatchamacallit, explosive situation, I guess Jay just missed a string trade or something
Yeah.
because that's huge. That's the difference between 0 and no 0. Like that is disastrous for Jay. Both runners going to be leaving now. Beef Salad slightly ahead, even having to grab the wood doesn't matter. A little bit of hesitation from Jay maybe because of the low explosives, trying to see if there's sheep or anything. But
Yeah.
looking really good for Beef here now.
Yeah, it looks like I think maybe 2 or 3 bets for Jay. So must have missed string or left before the final string trade.
I'm going to see here. It looks like Beef is basically on cords. Jay also on cords, but digging down. So going to fall in this lava here. And Beef Salad does have the advantage. Going to come down to Stronghold Nav again. But the explosive situation for Jay is interesting to watch for sure. This looks like a pretty good spike for Beef, but is decommitting. I thought it was more left. Yeah, it is going to be top left here. The portal for Jay with a boat and misplaces.
Oh no.
Because of the boat misplaces and is going to lose 40 seconds here on this mine. And I can't tell if Beef Salad hears it or is just confused in the stronghold, but seems very off here.
Yeah, I think for Jay, the issue was because Jay was choosing to dig down, falling down, having to build back up. Definitely make sure we set the spawn this time from Beef Salad. Fantastic. But, having to build up from in the lava, I think just cost the time.
Yeah. That could do it there. I mean, like you said, the explosives for Beef look pretty good here. It is a tough 0, though. It's back. I thought it was higher. I thought it was like 97. Yeah, we're going to have to go for a universal side setup here. So not the easiest 0 by any means, but we do have a lot of time because it wasn't caged. And we don't have a lot of crying for Beef, so this is a little bit weird. But these are the best runners in the world. Makes it look so easy here. Going to go for another double bed, and we'll kill it off that. Really nice from Beef Salad here to close it out in a 3-1 set against Jay. And, I mean, what I don't even know the word to use to describe this set. Just a weird back and forth from 2 runners.
Yeah, I think it easily could be a completely opposite score after that. I mean, really well done to Beef. Just kind of, I think, played it a little bit faster and wasn't punished for having to, not getting wood in the overworld split.
No, I mean, 10 seconds faster entering the fortress was Jay. I think that's just because Beef Salad was on the top. I think Beef Salad was ahead in that by a couple seconds. But really, I mean, Beef made the time back on the finding stronghold. And I didn't realize how much time Jay lost. But I mean, it's 40 seconds to mine the obby. And the difference from finding stronghold to found stronghold is 39 seconds. So it's literally just the obby misplaced there for Jay, honestly. Like, that's the whole game.
They were so close. And also, it was low gold on the treasure. You didn't have a gold pickaxe. If you have a gold pickaxe and you misplace, you can mine it a little bit faster. But, just I think that misplace is going to be so frustrating. And I think also partially just down to the approach to chords. Jay falling down into the lava, losing time, having to place up, trying to go a little bit faster, placing your blocks, and then just very easy to make that kind of mistake.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to have a winner's interview in a little bit. We'll have that in a couple minutes for you once we get Beef in here. But I mean, what a crazy set. You were almost right on the money with the pred. Close, but I mean, both of us had Beef Salad winning this. I mean, very primed here for a really nice run. Beef has been around for a while now. I think Beef's first playoffs was season 3, but I feel like it's been a little bit since they made it to like that top 4-ish range. And maybe this is a season where Beef could absolutely do that. I mean, looked really good at the LAN and looked really good today.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm pretty sure the next matchup is against EDCR. Yes, it looks like
That's fun.
So yeah,
UK
that's gonna
battle.
be gonna be a UK battle. It's gonna be hard to make a prediction for that one, I feel. But yeah, I think Beef's was apart from I think the one mistake on the third seed with the hunger reset, has just been playing really, really, really strong. So, very consistent, just fewer mistakes other than the one big one. But, Jay also still did really, really well, really, really fast. A lot of kind of ability to kind of close that gap there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Jay's always someone that's really fun to have in playoffs when they make it, and it was great to see Jay perform. And we saw some really crazy top speed from him at various points in a bunch of different seeds. But the winner was Beef Salad. Let's bring them in here and talk to them about their matchup. Beef, congratulations on the win. I mean, it was a really interesting set to watch just because there was a lot of back and forth through really all of the seeds. How are you feeling after that one, winning 3-1?
Good. I mean, all the seeds felt kind of similar because they were all treasure, and there are like no
Yeah.
decisions
Yeah.
to be made in a treasure. So I don't know.
No, that makes a lot of sense. It was very interesting to see like the back and forth of treasure, literally every single seed. Talk to me a little bit about that last seed. No wood. What was the decision to go with that in the overworld with only 5 planks entering? And talk about a little bit also what's going through your mind, especially in that bastion with treasure, like really utilizing all your blocks like the maximum efficiency with so little resources.
Yeah, I just couldn't really find like a convenient tree to enter on, and I figured it would just save time if there are convenient trees anywhere else in the seed. And if not, then I still have another seed that I could win afterwards.
Makes sense. Rose, what do you got?
I feel like I have to ask the obvious question. On C3, what is obviously, we was it that we didn't place the bed or we didn't kind of set the spawn? But in terms of less so focusing on that and more so, how do you kind of completely kind of dismiss that as you go into the next seed to be able to turn that around? Because I feel like that's the kind of thing that, if you're not careful, you can really dwell on it. So just kind of want to get an insight into kind of what you're thinking when something like that happens.
Definitely would have been harder on the mental if I wasn't already up 2 seeds. So that was nice. I think what happened was that like I was trying to look how many eyes there were and then figure out if I could pearl or not. And then I was like, okay, I don't want to use any pearls. So then I was going to do the gravel death reset. But then like I placed a block in a place I'm not supposed to, and then I was like, oh wait. And for that one you have to like place the bed last, like after the 2 gravel, so I hadn't placed it yet. But then by the time I realized I'd already like done it wrong, um I had to like just commit to doing the silverfish one, and then I just forgot to place the bed.
Yeah. Really, yeah, gotta be frustrating. But yeah, I think it's interesting that you were saying, having that kind of extra sort of buffer for you. Another kind of question I had, if you can kind of remember back, it was I think the second seed with the stronghold. You kind of entered the stronghold about 2 minutes ahead of Jay there, and obviously you were having to deal with the zombie spawner and a million mobs. What's kind of going through your mind in those kind of situations as well?
Yeah, I think there were actually 2 zombie spawners, or well, I don't know if the second one was a zombie spawner because I didn't see it, but um, yeah, it was just. I mean, I knew I had a massive lead, and I was still up 1-0, so like I wasn't super worried about completely failing the nav and losing to it. But it's nice that I didn't.
No, makes
Yeah.
sense. Last thing I wanted to, well, two things actually. First thing I wanted to say was you have, I feel like a lot of momentum right now. You were second place in the ranked LAN, and that was, you had an incredible performance in that. Do you feel like you have some momentum from that? Do you try and take that last performance with you going into a playoffs like this, or do you try and go in with a fresh mind? Anything can happen.
I mean, just any tournament experience is good, especially when you get far. It's more pressure and more experience playing under that pressure. So, I mean, I think it helps.
Nice. Makes sense. And then the last thing I'll get you out of here on, we already know who your opponent's going to be in the next round. It's going to be EDCR. UK battle. What are you looking forward to in that matchup? Any potential things we should look out for as commentators and just people watching for a very high level matchup we're expecting?
I don't know. It's probably gonna be a good VOD review because he'll probably do a lot of things slightly differently. I don't know. Sometimes he feels like unbeatable when I play him on the ladder, but he looked pretty beatable when he played yesterday. So I don't know. I could go either way.
Interesting. Well, we wish you the best of luck in that matchup. We'll see you next weekend. Congratulations on the victory, and we'll see you sometime on Saturday.
Bye.
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 Amazing job from Beef Salad there. And Rose, because Feinberg had to eat a vegetable,
Yeah.
we're done. We're out of here. That's
I
it.
know.
But we did get a really fun game. That was a really enjoyable game.
It was very, very good. And we didn't get a game 5, but we did see 4 games. So not all hope is lost. Hopefully we'll get some longer games next weekend.
Yes, I absolutely hope so. So that'll do it for Rose and I today. When we come back from a short break, it will be a short break. Do not worry. It'll be Nerdy and Parker coming back for the last 2 games of today. And the next game, you really don't want to go anywhere because it is Dugile versus Aquacord. 2 of the best players in the world right now. I cannot wait to watch. I will be on the edge of my seat. So thank you so much for watching so far. When we come back, Dugile and Aquacord will be the next match coming soon.
Welcome back, everyone, to the MCSR Ranked Season 10 playoffs. I am back in the booth with Parker. Parker, how are you feeling? How are you feeling after that first game, after the first day yesterday? How's today going?
Today, I mean, Nerdy, I've been watching the matches today. If the trend continues, I think we're gonna see some really close matches. It was so cool seeing like both players in the last match make like such different decisions yet stay so close. And I'm just I'm pumped. We're moving along, you know, we're getting into the thick of the playoffs, and we're only gonna see better and better gameplay.
I think you're absolutely right. And speaking of which, we have Dugile versus Aquacord. How are you feeling about this match in particular? Is there anything you're excited about? Any storylines developing here? How do you feel about that?
I mean, they're both just like fantastic players. Like Duke has kind of just been a demon in this space for a while, but Aquacord, like, I mean, no slouch on himself. I've been becoming a fan of Aquacord the more that I've seen him, especially at the LAN. I think he had some really good performances, and then in LCQ, like he obviously did really well. So only excitement, really.
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone knows that Doog is a monster. He's been obviously in the scene for a long time, one of the best averages in the world, right? And so I think he is, you know, obviously cannot underestimate them. But Aquacord, I think, is a bit of an underrated player, right? We've seen Aquacord perform very well in playoffs, at the LAN and whatnot, and I feel like overall, maybe is someone that people are maybe underestimating, or at least some people might not be familiar with how skilled he is. Very good RSG player, very good ranked speedrunner in general. So I don't know. I think this is going to be an exciting match, Parker.
That's true. I mean, he does have good RSG reads. I know he's had world record blind before. He's had some really good times. I think Aquacord is really starting to make a name for himself, and if he can beat Duke here, like that's just another check to add to the box. You know, he's gotten third place before, so you know he look at this, Nerdy. 3 any% sub 730s on RSG. Like he's kind of a well-rounded player.
Yeah, no, I mean, it is absolutely very impressive to see those times. I mean, I don't know. I'm you got to understand, right? Like I come from RSG originally, and so I love to see a player grinding it, going for a world record. And I do think it is a different mindset from ranked, but it is always interesting to see players that do play both, that switch between them, because obviously you get so much practice in ranked that then when you then go to RSG, like I know a lot of people, for example, will practice a bunch of ranked and then quickly get a PB in RSG. But I know that Aquacord's been focusing on that a lot. Also, obviously, very good runner, 25-27 elo, so has plenty. I mean, you can see 900 games, actually more than Doog, or very close to the amount of Doog. It's hard to, I can't add that up in my head quickly, but very close, comparable amounts of ranked matches between them. Doog with a slightly higher win rate, and I mean, I gotta point that a 903 average, Parker. Like, what do you think? What do you make of that?
903. I mean, that stands out a little bit. I think that's one of, if not the best average we'll see. Doog is kind of just known for his really good average, but the more notable thing to me, Nerdy, is 26 wins to 13 with Aquacord. That's a pretty sizable difference. You know, they have similar like fastest top speeds, but the 26 to 13, that's got to look a little bit scary if you're Aquacord or any of his supporters.
Yeah, and what do you think that's coming from? Is that just that 19-second difference between them, or do you think it's something, maybe a consistency thing, or like what would do you have any guesses as to what that discrepancy could be made of?
My guess would be probably a more consistency type play. I think the difference in top speed between Aquacord and Doog is smaller than the consistency overall. I think Doog is a very systematic player. He's somebody who really pioneered, especially in the first couple of seasons. He was kind of the guy to look for in terms of what do I do at the Blaze Spawner every single time? I'm building my portal in the same spot every single time. I'm pre-crafting the same way every single time. Aquacord, I think he's got a little bit more of that like scrappiness to him where he deals a little bit differently every single time. But I think maybe he has slightly less consistency than Duke, if I were to guess.
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
interesting you bring that up. No, that I think that's a great point.
Mhm.
I what I was going to bring up is I know, for example, I was listening to one of the practice sessions with Duke and Silver that they were doing, and I remember them talking about doing like double grab, right? Which is a strategy where you grab 2 lava in very quickly, and it's a little bit faster for a 2x1, but it really is. It is so much. It's mechanically much harder, right? It's much less consistent. And Duke is obviously incredibly talented, super good runner, but was saying that like the consistency wasn't there for him with that. And he said, I remember the thing that he brought up that I thought was interesting was that he noticed that sometimes Aquacord would go for it in RSG runs, which is maybe that could be an sort of an explanation as to where this discrepancy comes from. Maybe Aquacord likes to take these little risks, as you might want to in RSG, to really push the pace for when you finally get that good seed. But I don't know, maybe who knows? But in either case, I think this is going to be an exciting match. You know, with that mindset, maybe Aquacord locks in, takes some risks, and gets those little bits of time save where he needs to on Duke to take the win.
I totally agree. I think that's the storyline here, and really, it is the small sample size of matches. You know, you can totally destroy your player on the ranked ladder, but you can get 3-0'd easily. We've seen some really high seeds in previous seasons, seed ones, get out the first round, and so so much can get shaken up in this, and that's why we come to watch. You know, even in the last match that we were watching, Nerdy, you can make a simple mistake forgetting to place your bed, and that can throw off the entire match. And so only time is going to tell who's going to win here.
Yeah, no, I think you're absolutely right. I think we'll get into the game shortly here. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think these two in particular to me they're both, I feel like they're both, kind of quieter, kind of nonchalant, if you will.
Mhm.
And I feel like both of them are just so fun to watch. Their gameplay just so crisp, I feel like. So I think this is going to be a close match. And it really is one of those situations where I feel like whoever wins, it's going to be exciting to see where they go from here. Will Doog continue his legacy, or will we see a great playoffs run from Aquacord? I think we're going to get into the seed picks here shortly. There we have it. And we have a Desert Temple off the bat from Doog. What do you make of that?
Interesting. Honestly, not what I would have expected from Doog. I kind of associate him more with ocean seeds. I'm not sure exactly why, but honestly, I'm not sure, Nerdy.
Yeah, I mean, it could just be not even thinking about it too much, Doog just being like, let's just get Desert Temple out of the way. I do know, obviously, has been practicing a lot with Silver. That's something that we brought up just a second ago. And maybe this is something they've been focusing on in their VOD review. Maybe this is something that Doog wants to try and get an early lead on Aquacord and maybe identified a weakness, or maybe just feeling the Desert Temple for now.
Yeah, I know Doog in previous seasons when we've had these big stat sheets for like win percentages on seats, he just like goes with the obvious like mathematical picks. He's like, all right, I have the best win rate on this one, so I'll go for that. Maybe he's doing a little bit of research behind the scenes and sees that he's a little bit better than Aquacord on Desert Temple. Perhaps he sees that Aquacord has a little bit of weakness in a Desert Temple seed, which would make sense with our RSG theorizing. You don't play those a ton. But I don't think it'll make a huge difference against somebody like Aquacord. He's been showing up and playing really well recently.
No, I think that's absolutely fair. The RSG thing is interesting because I to me, honestly, like I at first I was thinking, these two runners like Aquacord with the RSG grinding that he's been doing would have way less games than Duke, but honestly, like like we said, they had very similar amounts of ranked matches. So that surprised me a bit, to be honest with you, Parker. So learning that, I'm like, I definitely don't think it's some super huge weakness. Like, for example, like with someone like Skycrab, right? Skycrab, super talented runner, does a lot of RSG and only had like 100 ranked games, but when we were looking at the stats for the LAN. But and so that, Skycrab obviously more of an RSG runner. But with Aquacord, seems to have more of a balance between the two. And like that mindset definitely might come through in the ranked games, but I think we'll have to see if this matters for the Desert Temple. I don't think it should at all, because Aquacord has, like we said, like 1,000 ranked games.
Yeah, and sometimes these stats that we're talking about in terms of like how many games people are playing can be a little bit skewed. I know lots of top runners are fans of doing private seeds. You can select even specific ones to practice if you think you're a little bit weaker on your Desert Temples. You can actually filter those out and practice those over and over. I know Duke has been practicing a ton with Silver, getting like 60 games in the past like week just against each other and VOD reviewing all of those. And so maybe he has like a skewed number of games in just the private rooms is something we don't see as viewers.
And I think we'll get going here into the game shortly. And there we go. Oh. Apparently, we have a quick little short video for you guys. It is not between Doog and Aquacord. It's actually between Doog and Silver. And so I feel like I need to preemptively apologize. What you're about to witness, I might be a little bit evil here, Parker. I think I'm a little bit evil.
What did you do? What do you mean? You starting off with I might be a little bit evil? Isn't this like a chill like game show?
Well, so like, in the past there's been like fun little Zero Horse games,
Yeah, sure.
But Silver and Duke, they've been practicing so much. I feel like I wanted to challenge them. You know what I mean?
Okay.
I think I might have taken that a little bit too far. So what we're about to watch here is a private room, a 1v1 between Doog and Silver, except that there's a little bit of a twist.
Okay. What's the twist? I'm curious.
Okay, I'm just gonna get it out. The twist is that an Anvil is gonna spawn 8 blocks above their head every game tick.
Every game tick?
Yes, every game tick.
20 a second? What?
So basically,
how do you do anything?
You have to do a lot of running. Now, if you want me to get into the nitty gritty, it only replaces air blocks. So, for example,
so you can have a ceiling above you.
You can have a ceiling, yes.
Okay,
and then also keep inventory is on, because otherwise, if you died, then the anvils would then fall and break all your items. So we have to keep inventory on.
Okay, so that's not like evil, but that's still a little bit evil. Wait, this is gonna be funny. This is gonna be funny to watch, Melody.
Yeah. Anyways, it was a bit harder than I was anticipating. So I don't know. We'll see how they handle it.
Okay. I gotta get some popcorn.
If it's a BT, like, what do we even do? Surely it's not, right?
Bro, imagine getting an anvil over your BT truck. Oh, okay. Village.
Oh my god. We're safe under trees, right?
Yeah, we're safe like under like everything.
I'm gonna try and get some wood.
I'm just going to the blacksmith because I didn't think properly. I got trapped in the house because an anvil placed outside the door.
Oh! I just hit the golem by accident. This is so scary.
I mean... Ow.
Just gotta keep moving.
Can I hunger reset?
How are we gonna build a portal?
I don't know. Oh my god, okay. I'm just gonna make a roof and then build it, I think. Ooh. Oh my god.
Oh! I messed up.
Dude, there's fucking anvils in the way of my portal.
Me too. Okay. I think I'm safe. Oh my god. Ugh, no, I died.
You have to be fuck.
Where was the lava?
Okay. So I can do like that, and then like that, and then like that.
Ooh. Ooh. I just have to stay on this block. Okay, I made a portal.
Good job.
Oh god, like... Wait, it's not doing anything in the nether.
Do you have a roof?
Yeah, but it's more than 8 blocks above me.
Well, me too. Okay.
Is it just broken? Oh! Okay, it fixed itself. I'm just gonna dig through this bastion. I feel safer when I'm in a wall.
I'm just fucking sending it. Fuck it. Run! Oh my god, I just killed a piglin! Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy.
We're like, how are we gonna play a spawner?
I don't know. Like, surely... What the... What?
I think my pigs all got stuck. The anvils are blocking their path.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Are you out already?
No. I almost died.
I'm so scared to go down a block. I mean, I think this is safe. I'm scared I'm gonna like go down a block and then it's gonna make it so there's 8 blocks above me.
Yeah, I know what you mean. You okay?
Wait, am I just dead in the lava? It's fine, but like... No, I'm just dead. Bro, do not like throw lava pearls, you're just gonna die.
Bro, how are you out of the bastion? I don't have 20. Oh my god, bruh.
Safe here, I just need to heal up. No!
I'm dead.
No! Oh my god. Oh, I'm dead.
I'm dead.
No! If I die again, like, I'm so cooked, I might just have to like, oh, I just died.
Dude, I placed it, you fuck.
Yes. I'm in a spawner. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Oh no. I might have to just set my spawn, like, here. Because we have keep inventory, so, like, I could die to the blazes as much as I want. I think I'm just gonna put a bed, like, at my blind.
That makes sense.
I'm scared. Oh, bro, how am I supposed to measure an eye? Okay. Wait, this is actually doable. I just need to, like, dig to the stronghold. I'm chilling.
I'm glad you are figuring it out.
Wait, this is a strat. I'm just like making a bridge above my head to catch the anvils. No. Now what? I have to hit this. Oh, no. Okay. Okay. I hit surface, but it's fine. If I die, I can always go to surface for more beds, I guess.
True.
Okay, I'm just gonna like put a bed there. Should I go for the 0? Nah, I can't go for it.
Fuck! Fucking anvils in my portal, man.
I need to think about this. I need to have a block above my head somehow while I'm one cycling. I have an idea. I don't know if it's gonna work. I'll just see what happens. Oh no!
You okay?
I'm stuck in an anvil. Oh! What? It's fine. It's a really good thing I set my spawn in the portal room.
Yeah, so I forgot about that.
I'm so scared.
What the fuck is this? Oh my god.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh my god. I failed the 1 cycle. No, this is just impossible. I need to like build a setup for myself. Okay, this should work.
Fuck!
Whoa. I just looked at an Enderman. Are you serious? I'm just gonna die. Okay. Perch is the one.
What am I doing? What am I doing?
Are you gonna win?
No, dude, no.
Okay. Am I gonna get a diagonal perch?
I swear to fucking god, these fireballs!
Oh! Dude, I was so close. Bro, like, I keep getting east-west perches when I'm just not expecting it. The dragon decides to insta-perch when I enter end, and then I just sit here for like 5 minutes with no perch.
I think if I get a perch, like, I got it.
None. Oh! No! Failed the 1 cycle. It's so over.
It's not fucking perching! Oh no, is it east-westing? Wait, actually I kinda want that. I think my obby is set up for east-west.
Wait, I'm gonna get slimed out.
GG.
I had it and I failed the 1 cycle.
Yeah,
That's so stupid. That's so stupid. I never want to do that again.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. And thank you so much to B and Kira for editing that, and thank you to Doog and Silver for enduring that challenge. But if you guys enjoyed, yeah, we had like a little bit of a last minute production of that video, so sorry about this delaying playoffs a little bit, but don't worry, we're gonna get right into the games right now, I believe, or like as soon as we can.
Yeah, I'm ready, nerdy. I'm ready. You know,
I'm ready.
we put them through a little bit of pain and suffering, but I think they'll be nice and chilling here in this next match.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, the anvils were quite hectic. That was probably I might have been a little evil on that day. That is a
Yeah, it was a little bit high on the evil scale.
okay.
But you could have done worse. You know, you could have made it so like that they couldn't be safe under blocks. You know, so there's a little bit of leeway. Silver did
Sure.
get like a sub 40. You know, not everybody can get a sub 40.
Yep. That is very impressive, by the way. And
Right?
yeah, I know. I feel like yeah, that's crazy. Also, I believe I want to. Well, anyways, okay, here we are. We're into the games. We're into the games. There we have it.
Focus up. We got a Desert
We
Temple
have
coming up.
gotten back into it. And Dugile versus Aquacord here on this Desert Temple. Let's see what we've got. A little bit buried here, but right on it. Both runners immediately going down to the TNT.
Yeah, both have a piece of sand, but it looks like Aquacord doing a really nice, like, sand perfect timing, saving a little bit of health there. That can matter, especially if you were dealing with low food seeds like Desert Temples. So see what the resources are like. 21 flesh plus a golden apple, nerdy. That's pretty good food for a Desert Temple.
Yeah, no, for sure. And also, yeah, a diamond pick. So we don't necessarily need to get 20 obby from this bastion. We can definitely leave a little bit early if need be. Going to be going towards these trees now. And
I like this TNT cannon from Duke here. You don't get to see that every single day, but it's a little treat to see a TNT cannon in a speed run. And Duke did see a lava pool off to his right, so he's probably going to be forcing this ocean for his flint and then beelining it there. Aquacord probably also seeing the same lava pool, but having to get an extra tree because he didn't do that like TNT cannon that Duke did.
Now we see Duke getting some flint with the TNT. Going to be trying to grab that. And looking around, I don't know if we see it. Maybe it has... No, we don't get any. So we have to potentially mine some more along the way. It does get the crafts off there as well for Duke. Meanwhile, it looks like Aquacord going to this little river here. So we'll have to see which proximity is closer as we're looking around. It looks like the rates are not great.
I mean, I don't think Aquacord... I don't even know if he's seen a lava pool yet. If he did, it's just one really far in the distance. So Duke, yeah, is just going to be so far ahead here. Offhanding the bucket, has the diamond pick, can really just crank this portal. Look at those mechanics, nerdy. This is why Duke is one of the best in the world. He's going to be entering a good 5 or 10 seconds ahead of Aquacord here. What's our spike look like? Ooh, a little bit tricky, but I think he's double scanning, nerdy. Maybe they're watching playoffs yesterday, a little bit scared about missing the bastion. Let's see if Aquacord hesitates as much. No, he doesn't. Instantly sending this upper terrain, but going a little bit left more than Duke does.
Yeah, I think going a slightly different way. We do see Duke on the bastion now. And yeah, Aquacord as well. In the same part of the bastion. Looks like Duke's going to be playing the sort of lower part as we see Aquacord going to kind of get into the middle of bridge, but taking a lot of damage, and Aquacord takes a death, and that is unfortunate. Just overwhelmed by piglins. We see Duke now going to be looking around.
Awkward. Like he knows where to go now. Oh,
Duke!
Nerdy, this is a really awkward seed. I mean, Aquacord saved a handful of seconds getting into the bastion, but just takes a death there, and so it doesn't matter. Duke doing this really nice staircase up to the chalice that's going to allow extra piglins to follow him. He's going to have even more starting this route. And with a diamond pick, you can crank through this gold. You have the TNT. This is going to be a really nice bridge route. And Aquacord is just so far behind now. We'll see if he decides to go to the same lava pool that he went to originally, or maybe he sees the one that Duke goes to. No, it looks like he's probably playing the same route. Meanwhile, Duke is just in the middle of his bridge route with a lot of piglins chasing him, nerdy.
Yeah, and he's going to be going for this DK route. That was a crazy clutch by Duke. I almost wonder if that, like, would he go for that clutch if, for example, oh no, can actually pivot to Crack Smoker, looks like. But so the interesting thing to me is I like wonder if Duke went for that clutch thinking that he was behind. Oh no, going for Sug.
Maybe. I mean, maybe you do play a little bit more aggressively when you're behind. But I like this route from Duke here. We see the fortress. It's just... they're basically on top of it. I don't think I've seen a spawner yet, but that you're not gonna need to like waste a ton of health traveling to the fortress. And a seed like this, you can save your I guess not the golden apple anymore, but you should be managing your health a little bit easier with such a close fortress.
Yeah, and we do see Duke now going to be getting a pearl hang off and checking the other rampart. See what we've got over on this side. Yeah, very awkward bastion, very awkward entrance into the bastion. but well played from Doog to not take too much damage and survive despite
And we have
all
that
of
diamond
that.
pick, Nerdy. So we don't even need all the obsidian if we don't get it. Oh my goodness.
Mhm.
There's just this is not the most friendly seed. We have a skeleton just jumping in with Doog here. He didn't get any obsidian from that second chest, so he's heading all the way back to his trading hole. Unfortunately, is a little bit unloaded while he's checking the chest, but the pig should be making good time. He's up to 10 obsidian. Checks the trades. What's he at? He's only at 12, Nerdy. Still has a stack of gold left to trade. So now it's gonna be a question of like, how much obsidian do you want to be trading? Are you gonna wait the 10 or 20 seconds for in hopes of an extra obsidian trade, or do you just tank it and use your diamond pick? We'll see if Aquacore does anything differently. He is now lighting his chalice and should be starting his route. Just unfortunately behind Doog.
Yes, and gonna be looking to see all the stuff that we've got here. Of course, like you said, don't necessarily need 20 obbies. We have 18 at the moment, but I mean, ideally you do get 20 obby. You don't want to mine obsidian. It is still slow. And so Doog might be waiting on that or maybe some more. Oh, there we go. Does get the obby, so doesn't need to use the pickaxe at all at this point, and can just head for the spawner as soon as possible. Has 3 TNT on the bar, so we should see that come into play here shortly. But just gonna, be looking around for the spawner while Aquacord here getting...
I mean, it's not here, Nerdy. Like, this fortress is also awkward. It's buried. Maybe the spawner's here to his right. No, he gets 2 strays, though. This is all time the Aquacord could make up time, though, if he goes a different direction than Doog did in the fort. I don't think we saw them do any pie charting, so they probably don't even know, or Doog probably doesn't even know how far away the spawner is, which could be causing to the confusion. Like, look how long this hallway is, Nerdy. Where's the spawner? This wraps around back to the bad side of the fort. A little bit corrupted generation, and in situations like this, it's giving Aquacord time to make up on Doog. Doog gets a spike in this direction, so maybe there's a spawner at the top of the staircase. But the path is so long. Is there even a spawner there? It looks like it. Doog seems to be committing hard here. I'd expect him to only do that if there was a spawner. This is like an airplane strip, bro. Like, how that's like 200 blocks long. And if Aquacord finds a different spawner, Nerdy, not only is he gonna save time getting to the spawner, but he could be getting a different stronghold entirely here. And Aquacord, like, he's got his trades. He's at 16 obsidian. There's a real shot here. The Aquacord isn't gonna be nearly as far behind as we might expect for taking a death in the Bastion.
Yeah, could potentially, we see lots of explosives, so if Awkward wanted, could leave, not necessarily wait for the 20, but sort of expect Awkward to probably wait for the 20 anyways. We saw Duke get it pretty quickly. Yeah, there we go. Does have the 20 obsidian now, and it's going to be on top of the fortress. As you mentioned, the thing we're going to be looking out for here is where exactly does Aquacord go to find the spawner? We know this part of the sort of good, quote-unquote good side of the fortress is a bit fake because it's not attached to that like starter fortress room. It's attached to like the side of the balcony, which means that it has a lower chance of spawning a spawner. And so it can kind of fake a lot of runners out. You think you're on the good side of the fortress and you actually are not even close to the spawner. And so that's where Duke had to go through the bad part of the fortress to get to the part where spawners are more likely to be. And now we see Duke trying to leave.
Having to run all the way back down his massive hallway. It looks like Aquacord doing the same exact thing that Duke did, finding this like weird way back to the start generation of the spawners. We'll see if Aquacord runs down the same hallway. I think he's taking an earlier staircase. But no, this is the really long one with the spawner at the very end. So he's honestly not going to be able to make up much time on Duke, who's now just mining to second portal cords. And although it is awkward, I think he's maintaining his lead rather well against Aquacord here.
Yeah, just kind of a slow seed we got going on here. I mean, you know, the death from Aquacord did take away some of the tension from this one. And, you know, it's always unfortunate to see. Of course, not game over yet. Duke does have to clean this one up, but it is sort of in his court to close out this one and take a 1-0 lead over Aquacord. Though, of course, you never know.
Yeah, beautiful TNT from Aquacord there, utilizing the 4 really nicely with the Fyro TNT setup. Duke still just digging. I mean, you have the diamond pick, so it's not as slow as it can be, but this terrain is quite frankly just awful. So we'll see if Aquacore can find anything different. I know Duke ran back through that hallway trying to maybe look for a C value or slightly better terrain, but really found nothing. So pay attention to Aquacore. If you can find anything, like this is important for Aquacore. Time to make up.
Yeah, it does have the 12 eyes, so it's going to be headed out now. We see Doog still just kind of going through the open terrain here, or the close terrain here. Finds a little bit of an opening, and now it's just going to be bridging out, it seems. Presumably is somewhat close. There we go. Looks like building the portal now. So quite a brutal seed, to be honest. That we got the double single bridge into the fortress situation into that terrain. But
Never
yeah,
mind. I thought it was going to open up for Aquacore. This is just like, these are just caves upon caves, nerdy. Meanwhile, Doog is in his stronghold, checking the direction,
And
finds the portal room, and if he can secure this 0, that's going to put him up 1-0 on Aquacore. Going to feel real comfortable.
Let's
see
check out
like,
what the
though.
0 is.
It's buried. You have the diamond pick. It's 60 though, nerdy. That's really deep. It's going to shorten your options in terms of what heights you can go to. It's also back, so probably only going to be expecting Doog to push Y90 here. If anything, you're going to be on low health, a bit awkward. He's pushing 90, gets the setup really nicely, has 1 rotation to spare, and a decent amount of bets. Do we have arrows? But it flies.
Oh, it flies. Yeah, and that's going to be tricky for Aquacore to go any higher.
Yeah, I think you would need... I don't even know if you can push... You can probably push 95 there, but you would need a gold pick, I think. And because Aquacore doesn't have that... Oh my goodness. Doog misplacing his setup probably doesn't matter a ton. Probably has the 10 seconds to mine the Crying Obsidian, but if the Dragon Fireballs him, that could get really awkward. And it does, nerdy. So suddenly...
I feel like placing an obby above this and then placing a floor could work. I feel like taking the 10 seconds here is a bit risky, but does get it off. And, you know, I'm wondering... I honestly... Would a perch be bad here for Doog? Maybe. I'm not sure.
I mean, we have the fireball creeping into the fountain a little bit. Yeah. If anybody's one cycled before, that's always scary. It could force you to be on like maybe the wrong side when you're run cycling. And meanwhile, Aquacore is catching up here. I don't think he's going to be able to hit the 0 nerdy, but he's definitely going to go for it. Is this a perch from Doog, though?
See.
It's turning in. Doog seems to think it is, and the dragon snaps. This is our perch, and he could be securing his victory. Man. The fire breath goes away, nerdy, and so this is a clean opportunity for Doog to take his first seed.
Yeah, and there we have it, the 4-bed from Doog. I mean, it really came down to that death. I think Aquacore did a good job. I'm curious to look at the splits here, but I mean, I think ultimately Doog able to close out this seed. 12-28, good stuff. Able to handle. Kind of a rough one, kind of a rough seed.
This certainly was a rough seed.
12-28 for these runners is definitely not the fastest we've seen.
No, it's not. But honestly, I don't mind it, nerdy. I'm kind of vibing with the more difficult seeds thrown up. You know, when you have such streamlined seeds, it can almost become like there's just less decisions to make, and I feel like in seeds where it's longer, there's more opportunity for skill expression, right? Like,
yeah, for sure.
How do you not die? What decisions can you make to save time on your opponent?
And it is interesting to me. We see plus 225 there entering the Bastion, but then for the Stronghold, look at that. Saved a lot of time. 37 seconds for Aquacore there.
Yeah, unfortunately, he did miss the Stronghold. So honestly, it might have even dropped even more. Aquacore seemed to be playing the second half of that seed a little bit better, but you know, if you die, nerdy, that's the whole seed here.
Yeah, no, I guess that's fair. But it is interesting to see Aquacore like had Aquacore not missed the Stronghold, maybe Doog had a slightly more scuffed end. Maybe that fireball lasted a little bit longer, or was the dragon perched a little earlier? Honestly, could have been weird for Doog, right? Aquacore could have definitely came back. So it's not like the death, obviously not what you like to see if you're Aquacore, but a good performance able to run it back and at least make it closer than we were expecting.
Yeah, certainly. So I'll be curious to see what Aquacore picks as the next seed. I'd be very surprised if he picked Shipwreck. That feels like a lower food type seed, a little bit riskier, close to this desert temple. And if I just played this seed, I would want to be playing something a little bit more consistent, maybe like a buried treasure if I was Aquacord.
Yeah, we'll see what we get. Oh,
and
look
I'm
at that.
correct. Look
oh
at that.
my genius, Parker. Look at that. Predicting it perfectly. And so that's exactly what we're going to get. We're going to get a buried treasure here. I do love buried treasures. I mean, I don't know. I feel like I like a lot of them, but I feel like BTs and RPs are my personal favorites just because, I don't know. It's just nice to see the runners go fast. I feel like my favorite seeds are either the really fast ones or the really slow ones. So I feel like BTs have the potential for quite.
I mean, it's got a good ring to it.
gameplay.
BTs, RP, the acronyms. You know, do we really want to be playing
True.
a desert temple? That's so many syllables already. Like BT, surely it's got to be a fast
DT,
seed.
to be fair. DT is good. You say DT?
DT. Oh, I guess you could call it a DT. I've never heard anybody call it a DT. I think it's technically called a desert pyramid in like the Minecraft files. Or maybe that's just like jungle pyramids. I don't know. I'm yapping a little bit too much. But we got the seed input and it's starting any second.
And let's see what we've got here. Both runners getting those pie charts out and looking around for the BT, both finding it pretty much exactly at the same time. So some good stuff off the bat. Let's see, we got 13 iron, we got TNT as well, so we can make the pressure plate, get the TNT off, and get all of our iron tools. Now going to be mining some flint along the way. I like both runners doing that, overlapping, trying to get a flint from the gravel while the TNT was exploding. Unfortunately, it did not work out, but a good play regardless. And going to be getting the crafts out now. And
look at this from Aquacord.
The ravine.
Crafting 2 crafting tables so he doesn't have to spend time mining it, saving just a handful of seconds. Very interesting. They both basically put their TNT in identical spots, but are now just boating in completely opposite directions. And it looks so promising for Aquacord here. This is a really wide ravine.
Is that not real, though?
Fake, nerdy, but it's fake.
Wow, I really thought that was going to be good.
Here. No, but he commits to it. Maybe he sees some sort of lava
at the bottom. I think it's good. Yep.
It's just, so there's some light. Is this even enough lava to complete a portal, though, nerdy? That's 3, 4. It might be. I think it's just enough. It's 10 or 11 lava, so he should be able to complete it. But he has to do this really awkward mining all the way off, away from the pool. And Doog has found a normal ravine, and it's just in. So he's taking the lead. And he's got a cool spike for Bastion.
It is interesting. I feel like that was unlucky. That one ravine looked so promising there for Aquacord, but now having to deal with this, and do we not? Okay, no, we do have enough to barely complete the portal. Meanwhile, Doog looking for the Bastion. Let's see what we've got here. Looks like it is right there. Is it another bridge? So starting the series off with some bridges.
Yeah, I mean, all the series so far, they're kind of getting like repeated seeds. You know, we saw a whole bunch of treasures in a row. Now we're seeing multiple bridges in a row. Doog lighting something on fire. Not sure what's happening here, but look at this. Playing a triple to chalice route. This is one of the newer routes, but it can save you 10 or 15 seconds opposed to a normal one. Can be a little bit awkward. You got to think about where you're leaving for the Bastion as well. He's going to double aggro here. Mines one more block so that the pigs can pathfind up. And look at this. I love this route. It's so new. He's doing the buried variation of this triple to chalice route, mining a couple blocks below his feet so that the piglins pathfind correctly. And we'll see if Aquacord, not doing the same thing. So he's playing just a standard route, and we'll have to see if Doog is saving time here. The tricky part with like a triple to chalice route is sometimes you can lose pigs. It's a little bit more risky. You know, it's just like a manhunt variation of the route, but I think it's paying off for him here.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think it makes sense. I was gonna say not using the TNT, but maybe just because you're not really pace locked by, when you normally do a triple to chalice route, when you normally do a regular bridge route, you're obviously pace locked by how fast you can mine the gold blocks. But here we have the pigs trading, so I guess it makes sense to maybe save that TNT since we can sort of overlap mining it with the pigs trading. Gonna be
and another good overlap is killing the hoglin like what Doog did here. So he's got even more food than Aquacord, and so that's like another one of the small benefits for doing this triple to chalice route. It looks like the terrain opens up below here as well, so he's not going to be pace locked by having to go all the way back to where he entered from, but I didn't see exactly where these runners are scanning and going to the fortress. Doog appears to have all of his resources, though, and should be leaving right now. Aquacord only on 13 obsidian and gonna have to find some way to get a couple handful more. I think I saw it on Duke's screen.
I thought I saw it too, but now I'm second guessing it because is that it? Okay, that is it. Sometimes it can be so hard to tell with the background of the Nether just looks so similar to the color of the fortress. We do have Doog. Oh wait, wow, Doog's very low on HP, so needs to heal up here before loading in that pearl. Does get the pearl off though, and is just going to be pearling towards the spawner. Does see one there and one as well right in front of him. And we do see Aquacord now trailing a bit behind. Honestly, I thought that I thought the triple to Chalice route was going to save more time there for Doog than it seems like it has, but still a good play regardless. We've got Doog now going to use TNT and a bed in order to clear out the spawner here, and we see Aquacord getting the blaze bed. I think we're just going for a double blaze bed. So presumably has one less explosive than Doog potentially.
Yeah, that could be a deciding factor. I think we have looks like 3 anchor, like 6 bed or something from Aquacord. So he's pre-crafting now. Both runners appear to have played both spawners. Make sure you don't misplace on this seed. We only have 20 obsidian. That can always mess with the mental a little bit if you're like, oh my god, goodness, I can't misplace here. Doog pre-crafting has 10 beds, several gold picks, and arrows. Let's see where
lots of beds.
is.
So honestly, the bed situation should not be a problem for either runner. We'll have to see though as Doog gets the blind off on 8 Eyes of Ender. We see actually Aquacord. Is Aquacord a rod ahead?
Aquacord might be a rod ahead. It's really hard to see. Doog having to throw 2 eyes. Aquacord is well throwing 2 eyes. Both runners deciding to skip it. Probably had an eye break. Not really worth it, especially when you have plenty of pearls in your back pocket. Now we're just killing blazes, though, and these runners look really close, Nerdy. This is turning out to be a very close match. Doog unhanging his pearl, now out, but Aquacord having to manage this inventory and kill these last couple of blazes was actually a bit behind. Gets his rods out now, but Doog is on cords, digging straight down with the gold picks, utilizing that insta-mine, and he's going to be entering the stronghold any second now. Want to be careful, though, here. Make sure you don't misplace. Can always be a little bit scary. Didn't. And Aquacord, look at this, doesn't have the gold pick, so is going to be losing a little bit of time on this dig down as Doog is just scanning away. Gets something top right, not liking it. Gets something, or sorry, top left,
something over
behind right.
To the right,
this looks more promising.
Looking around for the portal room, and there we have it. So Doog going to be trying to hit this 0 here. Has lots of explosives, just gets the hunger reset off. Obviously has plenty of eyes, so that will not be an issue on this seed. We do have 057 here. Doog going to be pearl clipping, gets the double pearl clip off. Very nice. And now going to be sending, we got small boy here. So we'll have to see the Y height that Doog goes to. Obviously flew on 90 last time. Let's see if it flies this time. Is Doog going to go for 95? Looks like he will indeed. Should be good to go. Great stuff. We have lots of explosives.
But arrow.
Ooh, yeah, not the best first beds. We have so many beds. We should be okay, right?
Should be fine. And even though Aquacord's in the end, he didn't have a gold pick, so maybe doesn't push as high as Doog, and it just doesn't even matter. Doog playing lights out kills the dragon. If he doesn't have a sky crab moment, this is going to be him taking up 2-0 on Aquacord.
That's exactly right. A strong lead for Doog. And we've got a sub 8. So that right there is a lot faster. That's what you like to see compared to the 12:28 that we saw last time. Doog proving that he can go quite fast, and that it was really just the last seed that was slowing him down. So great stuff from Doog, and we can see a 2-0 lead developing here. So match point for Aquacord. Gonna need to win 3 in a row against one of the best players in the world, Parker. It's not going to be easy for Aquacord to come back. But yeah, I mean, it is interesting to me. I'm looking between the splits here. We can see he saved 10 seconds doing that triple to Chalice. I believe that was the load steal, right? So good stuff from Doog, saving some time there, and also just finding the ravine. I think the ravine situation was a little bit unlucky for Aquacord, to be fair. Those 14 seconds we see or 16 seconds entering the Nether. A little bit unlucky, arguably. I'm not sure. Maybe just missed something as well. But
yeah, I mean that first ravine
good stuff
looked
from
like it
Duke.
did look really promising, and you're totally
Yeah,
right. I
yeah.
think that I mean that's really all the seed was. You know, only 2 seconds of difference between entering Nether and enter End. So if you're
Mhm.
awkward, you could just chalk up the whole thing to that. I think Duke played the
Right,
Bastion
yeah.
a little bit better, enters the fort, making up time, but I think played the Fortress a little bit worse than Awkward did because
it looks like
Awkward
it.
made up a handful of seconds.
Looks like that's right. Maybe. Yeah, I think maybe even blinded with more rods. So it says finding stronghold 2 seconds faster. But I swear he had more rods. I might be mistaken about that. That seems almost wrong to me. But regardless, good stuff from Doog. And as I said, bringing Aquacord to match point. It's going to be tough for Aquacord to come back from this one. I don't know. Any predictions here? Do you think we're going to see a 3-0 or what are you feeling?
Seed pick wise, my prediction is Awkward goes for RP and really just hoping to crank pace. Well, no, yeah, I'm gonna stick with it. RP instead of Village. I think he's gonna go RP here. Dang
Okay.
it, Shipwreck. I was totally wrong.
Shipwreck.
That's okay.
I think that makes sense. Play like this seed, I don't know, did well, right? Got a little bit unlucky, arguably, as we were talking about just a second ago. So maybe wanted to play something similar and just hope that the luck goes in your favor this time, or maybe it's just neutral. Regardless, Aquacord doing I don't know. I feel like Awkward has been playing decent. Like that last seed did play well. The seed before it did take the death, but other than that, played well coming back. So Awkward definitely is not. I don't know. Like is clearly a strong competitor. And it's just gonna need to kind of focus on this seed one at a time. Do you have a prediction for this match? Are we gonna go to a game 4, or do you think that Duke is gonna close it out here?
I think we'll go to a game 4. I mean,
Okay.
if Aquacord can sort of get rid of those like 1 or 2 mistakes that he's making per seed, like he could easily win this one. And I don't mind the pick going back to an ocean. He did well on the ocean seed. The last one just had a little bit trouble on finding the ravine, and I don't think that that's gonna happen twice in a row.
Yeah, I think that's totally fair. I'm gonna make the prediction. I think we're gonna get a 3-0 here. I think Duke's gonna clean it out.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna make the prediction early. I think Duke's been locked in. Awkward, I mean, playing like I said, I don't want to underestimate Awkward by any means, but that is my prediction as we have 5 seconds to go until our match begins here. So scanning around for the Shipwreck does indeed see it right there. And both runners now swimming out to it as we get a little bit of gold there. Not too bad at all.
I mean, this is nice, Nerdy. Carrots. We could even pre-craft some golden carrots on the island if we wanted to. Probably going to be seeing shears from both players. There's maybe exposed stone that you could go for in these caves. We're also a little bit high on elevation. So in F5, these runners are going to be looking for that ravine that they need to go to. Aquahorde doing the shears a little bit before Doog. It looks like Doog doing it a little bit later, but having to dig down for the stone. Maybe Aquahorde can get a little bit easier. No, also digging straight down. Very similar gameplay. Aquahorde entering like a cave, though, weirdly.
Yeah, I do feel like it is interesting. We've seen a lot of iron axes, I feel like. Or at least yesterday, we saw several iron axes come out, but definitely both these runners seem to have at least a similar decision-making process here for choosing to go for the shears. I do like the shear play, of course. I think the shears are great. And we have lots of blocks here as we look for the ravine. Hopefully, both runners will be able to find it. I think we do have something
on
here.
Top of it. He's
I
already
think
had
Awkward going to the same thing.
Maybe he saw this ravine a little bit earlier. You can change your decision of where to get trees. I think Duke's trees were slightly closer than Aquacord, so maybe he saved a little bit of time there, as Aquacord is going to be entering maybe with a 5-second behind. 5 seconds behind on Duke.
And Duke scanning around for that bastion. Not for the fortress yet. We'll get there. I am getting ahead of myself here.
It's kind of awkward terrain. You can maybe force like hugging this wall a little bit, but I guess we are just gonna have to go up on top. Doog, no, that's not a bastion, that's basalt. We do see a fortress in the distance, and this looks like a lot better terrain than our first match.
Yeah, hopefully they do find it. Yes, there it is. Beautiful stuff. Looks like we've got a stables here. So we'll have to see how many triples there are. I'm looking, trying to see. I think I see at least one. And we'll see how these runners approach this. Is this a let's see. No, we got, is this?
It's just one triple, I believe.
Yeah, I think it's just
no,
one on
two
the
triples.
left. Is it two?
Hard- I thought it was one, and then I started second guessing myself. But Duke's going to be checking this
We'll see.
left triple. I think Aquacord is in this middle triple, so it's going to be a double triple.
Okay,
route
wait, hold
here.
on. So this is a pretty big difference between the runners then. Yeah, you're absolutely right. It is a double triple. And so we're going to see Aquacord going for this. Is Duke going to go for a triple to gap, though? Because that's going to totally change the dynamic of this match if we see these two runners go for completely different routes.
Oh, and they are nerdy. Duke going for this triple
Yeah.
or triple to gap. That's going to give you a little bit more gold. Does mess up a
He's
little
on the
bit on the
damage, though.
dig down. Not sure what's happening. He gets a ghost block on 2 hearts. Nerdy, this is scary. He's losing his pigs. Those pigs fell off of the bastion. And so even though he's playing a route that typically you can get more pigs, he's just not got them. Look at him. He's waiting here,
Yeah.
trying to heal up. No pigs are following him. He's going to have so many
Wow.
less pigs. And even though he has more gold, you could argue he gets to make golden carrots. Maybe Aquacord has to trade all of them. He only has 4 pigs, I think. And so suddenly, this is looking really good for Aquacord. But pay attention to the obby count. If we don't get obby here, if we're a little bit low on trades, could be awkward. Has 21 obby. This is looking really good for Aquacord. Has pearls. 2 stacks, 18 pearls. That's plenty fine. Has a stack of string. Has not split it, but has even a couple of spare gold blocks. So he's going to be able to make golden carrots and should be out way faster than Duke.
Absolutely. I mean, that is I'm a bit surprised by the decision there. Maybe, yeah, I kind of don't mind the call you made about maybe thinking about the golden carrots. That could definitely be the reason why Duke chose to do this, but getting punished. And we see Aquacord here completely out now, able to craft some carrots anyways, and is just in the fortress here, sub 5, while Duke is just still dealing with piglins.
I mean, this is an incredible difference. Just really unfortunate. Not sure exactly what happened to Duke on that. He had a weird ghost block and just lost all of his pigs. Look at these strays for Aquacord. Forgets to pop a fire res, but has plenty. Doesn't need to time it. With a skeleton, we have
There's
golden
skeleton on
carrots.
him, though.
This is awkward. Don't hit the zombie pig. Oh my goodness.
Wow, Aquacord
Survives
scaring
it.
us.
And this is what Aquacord needs. He needs a lead here. His tournament life is on the line, and this is looking really good. Already on 2 rods. Kills another. 3 rods. 4 rods. 2 more
Wow, look at these
strays.
strays.
A 3rd stray in the distance. He doesn't even have time to pre-craft. He's going to have 6 rods, and he's going to be out with a low 5 blind. No, needs 1 more rod. And if this one
One more
doesn't
blaze,
drop,
though.
it could get more
There's 2 more.
punishing.
There's 3 more blazes. It
There's
doesn't
so
matter.
many
He's
blazes
out.
here.
He is out here. 520 with all of his rods. Great pace from Aquacord. Great plays overall so far from him. And Duke here, meanwhile, dealing with some wither skeletons, also trying to play strays, but I don't think getting the same kind of luck that we saw there from Aquacord. So there we go. Finally does get some strays for Duke. But still, I mean, Aquacord just so far in the lead at this point. Gonna, like, any kind of... If there's no mistakes from Aquacord, he should just clean this seed up and potentially take us to a game for Parker. But we do see Aquacord struggling a little bit maybe to find exactly where to go. No, does find some terrain out this direction. So now able to head this way. And Duke just killing some blazes still out of spawner. 5 rods. Whereas Aquacord is getting the pre-crafts ready. Should be in the stronghold any minute.
Yeah, it's looking real good for him. Awkward making sure he doesn't overcraft his eyes. Only crafted 8 eyes of ender, even though he had more rods. Duke now blinding, and he does have more pearls, more resources in general. But the time the Awkward has saved is really the deciding factor here. So unless we have a really bad stronghold, this could be bad for Duke. Awkward gets a spike to the bottom right, but it looks a little bit big for him. Scanning with chunk borders on, deciding to push bottom right a little bit more. There's some food in that chest, but he doesn't need it. He has golden carrots to spare, and it's right here. Nerdy, this is an easy nav.
Yep.
Awkward's going to be entering here.
Plenty of
Crafts
beds.
up his eyes.
So let's see if Aquacord can clean out this seed here. Does increase the render, does increase the entity distance, and is now in the end. It is a back dragon. Let's see what we've got. Does he? Oh, no, he doesn't overshoot the pearl. That pearl looked really close. Barely makes it, and is sending 95 here. This should be very hittable for Aquacord, as plenty of time, is able to fully eat a carrot. So Aquacord could take us to at least a game 4 here. Everything on the line here if Aquacord messes this up. It is bad, but look at that. Aquacord doing a great job handling the 0 very nicely and gets a sub 8 after Doog's sub 8. And Doog is going to be entering shortly after, but it won't matter. Aquacord making this 2-1 as we continue this series. Great start to this series, I will say. I'm hoping now to see a game 5. Will Aquacord take us there, or will Doog be able to close this one out next seed? We'll have to find out, but let's take a look at these splits. Some very impressive stuff from Aquacord. I mean, it's all the Bastion, right? I mean, like, what else is there to say?
The Bastion. I mean, look at this. Entering the fortress to entering the end, it's the exact same. No time save there, even though they had like different spawners, different resources. I think it really just came down to that Bastion, and I'm not sure what happened to Doog. I think he thought the middle triple was a double chest. He thought there was a lantern because he dug into the spot where you normally would for it, but because it was a triple, that's all it was, Nerdy. He just didn't see it, and like we were confused a little bit on whether it was a triple or a double, and because Doog didn't recognize it like we did, that just messed up his whole route. He loses the pigs, and that's all his seed.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, like we said, we recognized it. No, you recognized it, Parker. I also thought it was a double, and when Doog was going for it, was going for the triple to gap there, I was just assuming, oh yeah, it was a double, but it was not a double, and so definitely a pretty big mistake there. We see ends up being a 48-second time loss for Doog, and I mean, a 48-second time loss against Aquacord is not going to cut it. Aquacord getting a sub 8 and just playing that seed very, very well. I'm trying to think exactly. Looks like actually Doog saved a lot of time just on the terrain nav. If we see like 4 full seconds, I feel like is pretty impressive. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. He played the overworld and nav to the Bastion faster. It doesn't matter if you do the wrong route and Aquacord saves 48 seconds on you.
Exactly. You know, Aquacord fans are going to be cheering a little bit. We'll see if he can do it again and bring us to the match 5 that we've been hoping for. I mean, we're getting a little lucky, not starting off with a 3-0 Nerdy. This is something that I always love to see. But now the question is, what's Doog going to pick as his seed? Because it's his pick now.
Yeah, no, that's an interesting question. I don't know. I mean, it's always hard to get into these runners' minds. You know, like how much are they thinking about this stuff? Maybe they just instantly choose. Maybe they really put a lot of thought into it. I get the vibe from Doog that maybe he just kind of randomly chooses almost. You know, I wouldn't be surprised. Oh, I guess
he'll pick a village.
You think
that's my prediction.
Village? Okay, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go RP because I want to see an RP, Parker.
Okay, fair enough. I think Doog wants the more consistency with like the more food. That's sort of what I'm thinking. And he does pick it.
Ooh, okay. You're on point with your predictions.
I'm getting in their heads today. I mean, we could see some. I mean, Doog has had some PTSD experiences in the past with villages, but I think we'll be fine this time, unless we get some like weird snowy tundra wackiness. I bet we'll get a safe Plains village here, and we'll see a clean enter from both runners.
That's what we hope to see. We hope to not have a Toolsmith incident or something like that. Actually, maybe we do hope to see a Toolsmith incident, to be honest. Like that would be kind of
I feel like they had enough pain with that Anvil thing. We might need to chill out a little bit on the evil vibes, I think, Nerdy. We don't want to give them too much pain.
Yeah, maybe
especially
that's
after
fair.
The first seed, the 12-28.
But yeah, that was kind of brutal. We give him the anvils, and then I mean,
hey, but I mean, you know the script, so like
that is true. That is true. But I can't leak the script. I can't leak the script,
even just a little bit.
Not even. No, I mean, I don't. Okay, well, my leak. We're going to a game 5. Sorry, sorry.
Okay.
I guess that's
okay. So Aquacord's going to be beating Doog on his seed pick. Okay. Well,
yeah,
I'm very curious to see what kind of village this is going to be. We had a funky one yesterday. Desert.
And it could be a funky. Wow. Yeah.
Trees really far.
And there is a rune portal. We were both right. Okay, so our predictions were both right. Okay,
yeah,
an outpost seed. You love to see it.
Incorrectly. So let's
see what we've got here. Going to be checking this chest. And we've got 5 iron off the bat. Now going to be headed over towards it looks like Duke getting a bed here, while Aquacord is mining some of those hay bales. Going to be using the crafting table inside the house here in order to get the iron pick. We'll have to see Duke now mining the stone from the blacksmith, while we see Aquacord going to the side of the wall
I
there.
like this from Aquacord, getting to overlap these this like double bed house, finding another crafting table, doesn't even need to mine his original one. And I think it's in slightly better position than Duke here. Duke not even killing Golem and going for the rune portal. This is an aggressive play, Nerdy. If there are not resources in here to, but there is.
Wow.
Nerdy, this is looking really good for Duke. Suddenly he doesn't need to kill the golem. He actually got enough iron that he can still make shears, and so he's all the way at the trees. Meanwhile, Aquacord doing the more traditional play and is just behind on Duke now. Now we need to pay attention to where's this enter. They can't enter on the rune portal. I haven't seen a clean lava pool anywhere, but Duke has that fire charge, so you don't actually need the flint and steel.
Yeah.
And he's now just running into desert. Aquacord's so far behind.
Yeah, so far behind. I mean, the only good thing I guess you could say for Aquacord here is has 4 beds, which I feel like is a lot to enter the nether with. But maybe if, the seed is really low on explosives, that could give Aquacord the chance to catch up. But Duke does spill a little bit. Shouldn't end up mattering too much here. Oh, places a leaf and is going to be entering the nether here.
Blocked the freaking fire charge. That was scary.
So taking the slightly riskier path of just not killing the golem at all and just sending for that ruined portal pays off a lot for Duke.
Blaze is nerdy.
On top of him.
We're bridging to the Bastion. He's not even lowering his RD. He knows he's Dugile, Master Bridger, not going to mess up here, and he's going to be off to the Bastion. Wow. Aquacord finishing his portal just now. We'll see if he decides to take the same upper terrain. He probably will. This looks like, honestly, pretty good terrain. What Bastion is this? The top of it just peeking out of this netherrack. I don't think it's going to be housing, but it could be. Duke digging a lot of blocks here. It is stables, I think. Duke struggling to open this chest can be a little bit awkward.
There we go. Finally gets it. And we do get some obsidian from that. So it's always a good start to see. But yeah, it looks like it is stables. So going to be doing a presumably triple to gap here in a situation where it makes it maybe a bit more sense. We expect to see that probably from Aquacord as well. Luckily, it's very clear that the middle one is a single here and not a double or anything like that. So won't see that mistake from last seed from Duke on this seed. And going to be checking this side. No, it is not. So going to have to go all the way down to the bottom here and get this triple to gap rolling.
Also have the gold pick, so you can really crank here. I think the terrain opens up at the bottom too, so you're probably not going to have a ton of difficulty leaving the Bastion. And Aquacord, doing the exact same thing that Duke here, spotting the single chest, mining that to aggro the pigs and collect a bit more resources. And I think Aquacord's checked one more chest than Duke has, but it didn't really pay off. There was nothing special in it, no extra obby. And Duke is just down here in the gold ring of blocks. Really with the starting round.
Does get the 4. He actually does the 4 gold blocks first. Both of them doing 4 gold blocks before getting the ring. Interesting to see some changes to the stables routing. We do have Aquacord just trailing a bit behind here this seed. And that is not ideal because, of course, Aquacord's tournament life here on the line. This seed does need to win this in order to stay alive. So Duke with that early lead is pretty strong.
The situation is starting to matter now, Nerdy. Duke only has 20 string. That's only enough to make 1 bed. He only got 1 bed from the village. And are all of his trades done? He's mining glowstone here.
Oh my goodness.
He has 3 anchors, now up to 4 anchors probably. So 4 anchor, 2 bed. You can leave off that. You can zero. But Aquacord is going to be able to hit zeros more comfortably and more of them with those 4 extra beds. And that could be a huge deciding factor of this match.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I was kind of doubting, to be honest with you, Parker. I was kind of doubting getting that many beds in the overworld. But here, it's absolutely going to pay off here as Aquacord now able to leave and much more confidently play this forward. I mean, this is the perfect situation for Aquacord. I'm just like shocked.
he's making up time. I think leaving out the bottom of the Bastion 2 found a better spot to leave, and so he's made up time on Duke here. Didn't get the height advantage, so maybe hasn't seen the Blaze. He Blaze betted.
Yeah, he Blaze betted, which I'm surprised by, because how many anchors do we have? I mean, I thought that he had
4.
He's 4 anchors. Okay. I mean,
There
that's
should be
pretty
4
good.
anchors, 1 bed. But that you're right, Nerdy. That's an awkward 0. Like if that's a side setup,
Yeah.
like that's gonna be really weird. I mean, how many times have you practiced that? Do you practice that? Aqua Horde gonna be really safe, gonna be able to hit any sort of 0, playing really aggressively, purling to the second spawner, and it's SSV. Do we have any strays? Maybe not. Doog on 10 eyes. Aqua Horde double Blaze betting. So sacrificing an extra explosive to Doog, and if the rates are bad, that's going to pay off in his favor, but we'll have to see. Not sure how many rods Aquacord is on, and Doog maybe misses his Pearl hang?
Yeah, I was going to say, like, what happened to Duke's Pearl there? It looks like his Pearl might be falling or something. I think he's looking around for it.
It's really
gonna
deep
get to the
ocean.
top here, and going to throw 1 Pearl and get back up, while Aquacord killing some Blazes. So, I mean, Duke is ahead, but as we mentioned, that bed situation could really end up harming Duke if this 0 is awkward. So now we see Aquacord measuring not too far behind, has so many beds to be able to handle this. I think he did invest 2 beds in the Blaze bed, so did lose 1 there, but still just so many more options for the 0 for Aquacord here. We'll have to see if Duke can hit this 0 and close out this round of 16 series.
I mean, it really is up to him. Like
Yeah.
we've seen him fail 0s in the past. Will we see that here? Not sure. Pre-crafting in a little bit awkward of a spot. Using the crafting table to build his second portal. Love to see it.
And be checking here
lose,
now.
Nerdy.
What do we have in the stronghold, though? Maybe like something sort of bottom right. Gonna be looking down here first. Let's see what we find. Do we find anything at all? Does find it. Increases the render and is getting ready for the 0 now. Just need to craft 2 more eyes and is good to go. Let's see if Duke can hit this 0. Does not have that many explosives. 1 bed, 4 anchor. Gonna be trying to set this up. We have Small Boy.
Nice.
So this could, Duke should be able to hit this, I think. Gonna be going up
your
presumably
anchors wherever, just because like you're not close to the crystal. Sorry, you're saying something?
No, I was just gonna say going 90 here. Let's see. Good first damage on that bed. Gonna go for a double explosive on the anchor though, and it's a little bit awkward.
He's mixed up.
I think he's messed
This is
up.
not going to kill. This is not going to kill. He's going to have to chase down here. There's a lot of health left on this dragon. I don't know if he can do it. He had a nice bow shot there, hitting the dragon, but Aquacord is on the tower. The dragon is so close to Duke. I mean, he needs to hit every single one of these bow shots, and he kind of is, Nerdy. Has very
Even
limited.
if he does, though, Aquacord here getting the 0 ready. Aquacord going to be getting the 0 ready.
Yeah, and this should just be an easy 0 for Aquacord. Double betting there, another double bet, almost 2+2ing.
Wow.
And Aquacord wins.
Stuff.
Nerdy, we're going to a game 5.
And it came down to the play of getting the 4 explosives in the overworld. So, I mean, it was so interesting because at first we thought, maybe maybe he's overthinking it. Maybe he's getting too many beds, and Duke played risky, and early on it paid off, right? Only got 1 bed, only got 30, didn't kill the golem, so was able to get the iron from the ruined portal, and it was looking like everything was working out for Duke until we hit that bastion, 20 string, and then Duke just has nothing to deal with, like no explosives, only a couple, I think 1 bed, 4 anchors, and chooses to go for the Blaze bed, so could have had 1 more bed. So arguably you could say
totally right.
that harmed Duke, but at the same time, he did save a lot of time doing that, so it's hard to say exactly, but overall, just the low explosive count for Dugile, giving Aquacord our seed 4. Great stuff from Aquacord overall, taking advantage of the hand he was dealt.
Yeah, I mean, the 0 situation was just so fascinating. I think Duke had to do like a late anchor to get the dragon a little bit higher. I think he thought it was too low, but it's just like, I mean, how often do you practice 4 anchors in 1 bed? It's just a situation that happens so few. But you're totally right. Like it was just that decision in the overworld. Like I thought it just wasn't going to work out, but it has here for Aquacord, and now we're going to a game 5.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think it's just anchors can be tough, and Duke trying to go for that to a double explosive with the anchor just did not work out, unfortunately. And so going to a game 5 though, so I'm not complaining.
Yeah, and I think this should be a world tour. Is that what we decided to call it, where you play all of the seed types? Because I think Aquacord has to pick Ruin Portal, or no, Duke has to pick Ruin Portal here, I believe.
Okay. I hope that's I certainly hope that's the case. Apparently he can pick
also
a
pick
ship or yeah.
So hopefully he'll pick Ruin Portal and we'll get the around the world.
Yeah, that would be cool. I mean, you know me. I mean, I've been saying I want to Ruin Portal every seed, and to be fair, we kind of got one last seed. So
that's true. Actually, we did get one last seed.
Yeah. So maybe I'm being a bit greedy, but I would love to see a completable Ruin Portal. I think is what I want, Parker.
Okay. Little change in the verbiage there. Completable Ruin Portal is a little bit different.
Yeah.
Is there looting? Is this the looting seed? I'm gonna keep asking until.
No, it's
not yet. Is this like
We're
a
waiting.
grand finals thing? Like, is that where the looting's gonna be?
It's definitely a weekend 2 thing. It's definitely a weekend 2 thing.
Weekend 2. Okay.
Yeah. But we'll
sense.
see what
does he even pick it. No, he doesn't even pick it, nerdy.
Duke is disappointing me. I guess once I said, like I said, maybe I'm being greedy. We already did get a Ruin Portal last seed, so I guess I got my wish. But no, we are going back to a shipwreck. So Duke wanting to run that back. But yeah, I mean, the momentum has seemingly shifted in Aquacor's favor. Though I will say, I mean, again, Duke messed up the 0, but did play the seed faster until then. And so, you know, I definitely think if you're Duke, you still have a lot of confidence. You just lock in, you focus up. And despite the fact that you've lost 2 in a row, this seed is really anyone's game. I don't know. I mean, we'll have to see the shipwreck, how the shipwreck impacts it. I feel like shipwrecks can have a big discrepancy between the runners if they don't, like, for example, find the magma ravine. But other than that, usually the runners are pretty close.
Yeah, I mean, in our last matchup between Jay and Beef Salad, I mean, we saw one of them front load wood. Like, you don't see that hardly ever. So I mean, shipwrecks do open like doors for some really quirky decision making. You're totally right.
Yes, indeed. Hopefully we'll get into the match here shortly. There we have it. And it all comes down to this. Best of 5, game 5, Aquacord versus Dugile, all tied up 2-2. As we now are checking this, using the pie chart in order to find that. Shipwreck,
I mean,
just
a
a hair
little bit
faster.
awkward tree situation. There's one, maybe 2 trees behind that hill, but only like 1 guaranteed. You could even, if you have a ton of iron here, you could even like mine an extra log at this shipwreck. Not sure if the ravine is in that same direction. Both players are going for this single tree. Aquacord deciding to swim a little bit further than Duke. I think Duke's going to get here slightly faster. We've pre-crafted the shears. Nerdy, this is nice.
Yes.
There's 3 sheep. Oh, also gets a double eat here.
Going for it.
Like,
and
Dude's
so,
on 7. So there are 2 trees here. That's huge, Nerdy.
Sort of the opposite situation of last seed, right? This seed, Duke now hoping for maybe some slightly worse explosive counts in the Bastion. But let's see. We've got the Swordcraft there from Duke, from both runners, in fact. And the shears coming out from Aquacord. I'm curious if Aquacord will grab any sheep on the way out. Any wool from them. We do have the rest of the regular crafts coming out there from Aquacord, but not choosing to go for the sheep. Yeah.
So, I mean, that allows him to save some time here, but Duke literally has pre-crafted both of his blaze beds, and he's committing a lot of time here to mining even more leaves, and he's going a completely different direction. Aquacord has a good ravine. If this is not real for Duke, that could be his entire playoffs. It's fake. It's fake for Duke.
Wow. So Aquacord now going to have a significant lead here, but once again, Duke does have 2 beds. Duke does have 2 beds going into the Nether that could end up mattering. We'll have to see what Aquacord gets here. There is the chalice on us, and we'll say,
I feel like many blocks in Nerdy. Like, he only has 30. He's going to need to get a couple blocks from elsewhere or do a lower block route. So maybe he gets potentially a couple less pigs. You have a lot of options here. You have 2 triples, open terrain everywhere. It's really a question of like, what kind of route do you want to play in this situation? Awkward only has 17 leaves. You normally need 20, a little over 20. No, he has extra inventory. So he's totally fine. And Doog is probably just going to be doing the same thing as Awkward here. Building up.
Yeah, and it's looking good for the Awkward reverse sweep early on. I mean, I will say the explosive count thing on Bridge is, obviously with Bridge, you have so much gold to trade. I feel like the odds of not getting enough string or Crying Obsidian to hit the 0 is less likely than on some other Bastion types. And so definitely not good for Doog, I would say, to see that. But regardless, Awkward now getting the pigs into the hole. Doog, meanwhile, is just a bit behind here, just from that Magma Ravine play, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm really liking the consistency from Awkward here. We're eating a stew, give us a little bit of night vision, some funky visual effects, but has got plenty of pigs in his trading pit. Now just scanning for the fortress. What direction is it going to be? Looks like it's negative Z nerdy. So not the direction of the triple that he chose, but Doog playing the same triple, so there's not going to be a discrepancy in leaving there. But it's now going to be pre-crafting. And Nerdy, the string situation right now, not crazy good. We still have a good amount more string to trade, but you're right, this could be a deciding factor once again. Nerdy, look at this! Only 14 string.
Wow.
14,
Okay,
gets
32.
one more string trade, so he can make 2 beds, 1 anchor. That's only 5 explosives, Nerdy. He doesn't even have stuff for blaze bedding. And so because he didn't shoot the sheep, he gets 1 more string trade, a late string trade. And so if you're Doog here, maybe you leave a little bit earlier, save 5 seconds, not having to trade as much. Maybe have some more gold to get more gold picks.
And is Doog going to leave here soon? I wouldn't be surprised.
No,
Maybe
he's
just,
also waiting for like that same
57?
trade. Gets it.
Okay, there we go. Now, but I mean, again, maybe in this situation now, if Awkward now either doesn't blaze bed or doesn't have enough explosives for the 0, that could be a problem. We'll see if Awkward, I assume Awkward is going to go for blaze bed. No, maybe goes for these strays right now. So let's see
this is
how
so
this works out.
I think Doog has 6 bed, 1 anchor. Awkward 4 bed, 1 anchor.
6 rods for Awkward, though Awkward's out.
And this is kind of significant. I think Awkward has a good amount of explosives. He also has 12 eyes. This is kind of fascinating. Sub 5 blind. I mean, Doog only has 10 rods. Awkward's pre-crafted, is going for this extra eye here. It's a shallow ocean, so it's going to be really easy to pick up your eye. For Doog, though, he's in an iceberg biome. So having to do this really awkward ice parkour, this is kind of cool to see. Aggressive Pearl, love that there. He needs every single second on Awkward because Awkward is going to the stronghold.
Yeah, and didn't need the blaze bed at all. So it's just like headed over here, has plenty of explosives.
Here already, Nerdy. He's here already.
Quartz, yeah.
Doog needs another rod. And although he has plenty of gold picks, those don't matter because the terrain was so good. Awkward gets a nice spike. Back here, going into this hidden wormholing.
Is this the direction?
This looks promising. There's light sources here, but no, it wraps around on itself, and Doog needs to build his portal immediately. He needs to go a different direction. The Awkward did not go. Awkward still has not found the portal room. Doog scanning. We'll see if he goes a different direction. Is he going to get baited by this thing behind him too? But he's going top right, Nerdy.
Yeah, he's going a different way. No, but Awkward finds the portal room. Awkward finds the portal room, and Doog might just be going the wrong way now. So we'll have to see. Doog now going to be finally going in the, I guess, correct direction here. Awkward got mixed up over in this part of the the stronghold.
So Nerdy, if Doog gets a silverfish here, so maybe he can enter. I don't even know what to say. This is a tall tower too. This is T97. There should be a fine 0 for him to hit, and Doog unfortunately just did not find the portal room. Awkward's at the setup, a full rotation early, has the bow, plenty of explosives, double bowing. You can maybe even 2+2 here. This is fantastic damage.
Beautiful
and
stuff.
2+2s for the win.
hits
Wow.
the 2+2, the reverse sweep from Aquacord on Doog. What a fantastic performance. What a comeback from Aquacord, getting a low 7 on this seed here. And I mean, just like great stuff from Aquacord. I mean, obviously, you know, being down 2-0 is very difficult. And I feel like reverse sweeps are so rare, but great stuff from Aquacord, able to make that comeback. And there we have it, a
Wow.
7-16 from Aquacord to close out this series.
I mean, played that really well. The biggest decision difference was really just that Overworld deciding to leave into the deeper ocean, and it paid off. Not sure, maybe Duke saw some kelp floating on the surface, but Aquacord goes straight through the ravine, and that was incredible, Nerdy. Reverse sweep, wow.
Yeah, I mean, just great stuff from Aquacord overall. I feel like it is so difficult to be down 2-0, to be, you know, have your tournament life on the line in general, for any situation, but specifically to be down 2-0, you have to win 3 games in a row against Doog. I feel like that is very intimidating. So great stuff from Aquacord, able to stay focused and close out this series. That's crazy. I mean, I feel very grateful that we got to commentate over a reverse sweep here, Parker. Our first best of 5, or sorry, our first game 5 of season 10 is a reverse sweep.
Yeah, it was really impressive gameplay. I mean, Aquacord just playing so aggressive on that last seed and finishing off with a 2+2. I mean, runners have been starting to 2+2 on so many zeros, and it just really goes to show like the highest quality of gameplay. And I'm all here for it.
Yeah, I mean, I think Aquacord is such a great runner, and definitely like a bit of maybe an underrated runner. You know, I think a lot of people talk a lot about players who have won playoffs and whatnot, and obviously those runners are great. But Aquacord, you know, maybe someone that some people underestimate, and proving in this situation, beating Duke of all people in our round of 16, moving on to next weekend. So very exciting. And I think we're ready to go into an interview here with Aquacord here in just a second. So we will get into that shortly. But yeah, I mean, Parker, I'm super happy to see that, see Aquacord move on, and specifically in such an exciting way, the reverse sweep. So cool.
Yeah, so it looks like he's going to be playing Mongi next weekend, so make sure you tune into that one. Should be an exciting match. And yeah, really just shout out to Aquacord. Really just like they played all those seeds really well, and it was a close, good, well played matchup. Love to see it.
You do love to see it indeed. And we are ready now for our interview. So we'll bring Aquacord in here. Aquacord, congratulations on the reverse sweep against Duke. How are you feeling after that performance?
I can't even describe it. I cannot believe that. That is so insane.
Yeah, no, I mean you
Oh
played
my
you
God.
played so well. I guess
Yeah.
I'm just curious. We noticed that I don't know. I guess walk us through kind of what you're telling yourself in the moment. You're down 2-0 against Duke. Like, what do you tell yourself to stay focused against one of the best runners in the world to be able to pull off the reverse sweep?
I mean, I kind of thought I had no chance. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I was kind of saying to myself, like, okay, like Duke's just so
Yeah.
good. Like it's okay if I lose this. There's like no pressure. And then I win that one seed, like my first seed, and I'm like, okay, there's a chance, I guess. Like, and then I win the second seed somehow. Like he chokes to 0. I'm like, okay, wait, this can actually happen. And then I just
And then you did it, man. You
so-
freaking
You
did
did
it.
so
You did it.
insane.
I mean,
Huge
that's gonna be a
congrats.
confidence booster, right? I mean, I
Yeah,
don't know. I feel like that
definitely.
was great. I guess like one quick thing I did want to ask you is I'm curious about on I believe it was no, so not the most recent seed, but the seed before it. You got 4 beds in the overworld, and that ended up totally mattering. That
Yeah.
allowed you to hit that 0. I guess I'm curious. I feel like I don't normally see top runners get that many beds. I'm just curious, like, what made you go for that many beds, or like, was there anything specific about the seed, like,
I mean,
or anything like that, or was it just kind of
yeah.
random?
Low-key, I like kind of didn't mean to do that. Like, I went to the first craft
What'd you
table house.
do?
I get the 1 bed there.
Yeah.
And I go to like that stone on like there's like the weird cave there, and then I saw like the double bed house. Like, okay, I might as well grab this. And then there's like a closer crafting table house. So I just went in that one. I was like, okay, might as well grab the bed here too. And then
Yeah,
I
it was
I
like
guess
such a
that
good
paid off.
overlap on everything. Just kind of worked out.
Yeah.
On your first, I think the first stable seed, you played double triple, and Duke played triple to gap. What's the sort of thought
Mhm.
process on like deciding when to play triple to gap versus double triple? Do you like do 100% of the time? Like what factors go into deciding that?
It's such a weird decision. Like I feel like there's no right answer. I've kind of like I used to like when like ranked first, I would like do like double triple, and then like I moved into doing like always triple gap, and I did like kind of like a halfway between thing where I check the chest first and
Mhm.
decide if I want to do triple gap or double triple based off like the obby and gold. But now I've kind of just started doing double triple again because I feel like a lot of people just go straight into double triple,
Yeah,
and it's like
interesting.
not that bad to just like go down to the gap if you don't get enough stuff. So I don't know.
Yeah, well, it
I just
worked
play
out
double
well.
triple every time, but it's like it's just like a weird decision. I don't think there's a right play. It worked out
Yeah.
there, yeah.
Well, you're going against Big Mungie next weekend. Do you have any thoughts for that game? Are
Oh,
you nervous? Are you excited? I mean, you just beat Duke, so that's obviously very
yeah.
impressive. How are you
Yeah,
feeling
this
for that match next weekend?
this is gonna be a good confidence boost. But I played Mungie twice in tourneys, and he beat me both times. I played him in like the
Ooh.
season 8 third place match, and another regionals like first round, and he beat me both times. So
Yeah.
it's a tough match, but like I have confidence now after reverse sweeping Duke. Like I can
Well,
definitely
that's
win
good.
that. It's
You've
gonna be
got
hard though.
momentum. I think there's a real shot you can totally win. You're a fantastic player, and just thanks for coming out today and giving
Yeah,
us some
thank
good
you.
gameplay to watch.
Yeah. Awkward. Thank you so much for the interview. Congratulations. And yeah, good luck next weekend.
Thank you.
Beautiful. What a guy,
There you
Nerdy.
have it.
What a guy.
No,
What a good runner.
I know, such a good runner, and like I mean, I reverse sweeping Duke is something that not a lot of people can say they've done. I don't know if anyone can say they've done, to be honest. So great stuff from Duke. Or excuse me, I mean Duke did play well, but great stuff from
both
Aquacord.
runners. He was trying to pull it back as best he could in that last run, but I mean, you make one bad decision in the beginning, and Aquacord just did not let up enough for Duke to come back, and that's all it was.
Yeah, and we will get into our next match here shortly. Up next, we've got Infume against HDMI cables. How are you feeling about that match?
I think, so HDMI, one of the lower seeds, I think actually the lowest seeded player in this tournament. But I was looking at HDMI stats like yesterday. He's kind of on the come up, Nerdy. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think he has a 9:15 average on this most recent season, which is like 20 or 30 seconds faster than his average even just last season. I think his trajectory is going really well. And so even though he's the lowest seeded player, and even though like there's a lot of favorability for Infume, HDMI looking really good. I think he's a great dark horse for this tournament. Those are my thoughts.
100%. No, I love your thoughts there, Parker. I'm not sure exactly if we're going to an intermission after this, or if we might have. Do we have a video planned? No video planned. That's okay. That's okay. But in either case, we will be back shortly. And yeah, what a great match. The comeback from Aquacord. Hopefully, and I assume we will. Hopefully we'll see some more great matches up next. Infume versus HDMI coming right up. Welcome back, everyone, to the Season 10 MCSR Ranked Playoffs. I'm so excited to be here. I feel like every time, Parker, I'm like switching it up. I'm being like the Season 10 MCSR Ranked Playoffs and then the MCSR Ranked Season 10 Playoffs and then the
Give 'em some
MCSR Ranked Playoffs
variety.
Season 10. You know, you gotta switch it up. But I guess the title here is saying MCSR Ranked Season 10 Playoffs. So I guess maybe that's what I should be saying, is to keep it professional. But here we are. We have Infume against HDMI cables. I'm excited for this match. Parker, what are your thoughts on this match before going into any of the stats or anything like that? What are your thoughts? What are your predictions?
I mean, my prediction is I think Infume's gonna win. I think this is the season Infume is gonna have a good run at playoffs. But I do want to stress, like, I think HDMI cables is gonna play really well. I don't know, just looking at the stats and the gameplay and the performances recently, I think I'm kind of bullish on the HDMI stock. So even if he doesn't win here, I think, invest early. I think he's doing really well. So that's kind of where I'm sitting.
Yeah, no, I think that's totally fair. HDMI cables, obviously, getting through LCQ is tough. You know what I mean? That's tough, and I feel like that shows, like, in and of itself. I mean, obviously, the players that don't get through are often, the favorites to win. But in this case, HDMI cables, obviously a very good player and maybe a bit underrated as well. We were looking at the stats before the games, and this season, great stats so far. Within, I think, 10 seconds or something like that of Infume on the average. Not as many games, but within like 15 seconds of Infume's average, which is one of the best in the world. So yeah, I'm super excited to see this match. I think we've got two very skilled runners, and I'm excited to see where we go from here.
Are we gonna get another game 5, do you think?
Are we gonna get another game 5? I'm gonna say 3-1 Infume. So no.
Okay.
Nope,
I mean, if it's anything like the stats on screen, wins versus opponent, it is a 3-2, nerdy. It's a 3-2.
Okay.
They've only played 5 times. Kind of interesting.
You know what? That's a strong argument. But to be fair, Parker, to counter argument, as a counter argument, since it's since it's the latter, right? It could have been 3-1, and then HDMI cables won another one after that. You never know.
Oh, wait, you're right, actually.
Okay, so to me, when I'm looking at these stats, the first thing that jumps out here, 36 seconds difference in their average time. But keep in mind, that's for season 10, right? And so for season 11, I'm just taking a look here, a 9:15 average for HDMI cables in 56 matches. So not the hugest sample size, but not nothing. And then we've got a 9:02 average for Infume.
Disgusting.
So, I mean, obviously, like, somehow improving off of the 9:04. And so, obviously, Infume, I'm not trying to underestimate Infume whatsoever, but I do want to say that, like, a 9:15 average is still, like, disgusting. Like, that's still so good from HDMI cables. So, he's not, like, maybe not the favorite to win this match, but absolutely could make something happen in this series.
Yeah, 100%. I love looking at these stats. HDMI has almost finished Kane's menu as one of his achievements.
I mean, that's worth mentioning, right? Like, I mean, that shows determination.
Okay.
That
I'm not a
shows
big
commitment.
Kane's fan, so yeah, I guess I don't understand the magnitude of this, but it's always fun to see.
It's an it was an impressive feat, I think, and it's worth. It shows determination. I feel like it shows commitment. Also, 2808 elo for Infume is crazy.
No, it's just like you look at any of Infume's stats, and it's just I'm petrified. I'm terrified. If I go up against Infume, I'm thinking, oh my goodness, how am I supposed to deal with this guy? He's got good stats all around, like 3 times ranked number 1. How many people can say they've done that?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, 1, 2, 3, maybe?
Crazy stuff from Infume. And we'll have to see. I mean, obviously, Infume has not won a playoffs yet. So definitely something that I think a goal of Infume's for sure is to do just that. And I think we will get into the game here any second. And I'm just pumped for this one. I mean, I love watching Infume play. Such a decision-making based player. And still able to get those crazy stats is super cool to see. As we see Infume choosing a desert temple. I mean, Parker, I think that just makes sense. I'm not surprised in the slightest.
I think it does
to see Infume choose that.
I mean, everybody associates desert temples with Infume. When he came onto the scene, he really pioneered the not grabbing food, and I think he's, for a lack of a better word, he's got some aura behind it on the Desert Temple seed. If I'm HDMI cables, I'm thinking, shoot. I mean, I guess this makes sense, but I gotta do what I can.
And I mean, obviously, I recall Infume, I think, having like a sub-2 average or something on these seeds. I know when I talked to him last about this, he was like he had one of, if not the very best stats on Desert Temples. So yeah, I mean, I think this pick just fully makes sense for Infume. Not surprising in the slightest. And we'll have to see what counter picks we see later on from either HDMI cables or Infume. I guess Infume could lose the seed and then could just keep picking something else. But if not, I'd be curious what HDMI cables would want to play against Infume. Obviously, overworlds are a strength of his. I think we're ready to get into the games here any second. So hopefully we will get there shortly. Parker,
Beautiful.
Okay, let's see. What's a good question here? Any predictions from this Desert Temple? What are you expecting to see from it?
There's definitely a notch apple in it.
Wow.
And
Okay, that's
two
bold.
pieces of gold, 7 iron. I'll go as far to say 14 rotten flesh as well. If I get all these right, y'all have to call me like the greatest magician of all time.
All right, I'm gonna go 2 notch apples. I'm gonna go 16 rotten flesh. I'm gonna go 8 iron. That's what we're gonna say.
Okay.
That's what we're gonna say.
We're about to see. But HDMI cables, is this his normal skin? Is he wearing LeBron?
Is he wearing a LeBron skin against Infume?
I think this is against Infume. He's wearing LeBron. Wait, this is crazy. Infume, huge fan of LeBron. Is it Kobe? Oh shoot! I shouldn't be saying anything. I don't know basketball.
I'm illiterate when it comes to basketball. I should not be commentating. I should not be commentating this
because it's not his normal skin. It's not the one that we saw. It's gotta be. It's got to be LeBron. Like it just has to be the LeBron. We're playing Infume. He's definitely changed his skin for it. We're not commentating about the match.
LeBron. That's crazy. I mean, that is an important thing to bring up. This is the mind game, Parker. Okay, this is very important to make sure we get this right. And I mean, Infume we see with the LeBron cape. So I mean, that is interesting. Will he want to defeat his idol? I think is the question that we should be asking. But now we see the Blaze TNT cannon from HDMI cables. So some good stuff there off the bat. And yeah, I mean, just getting lots of tools. I think, unfortunately, with all those iron tools, Parker, that means our predictions are a little bit wrong. But that's okay. That's okay. I will forgive the seed if it's an exciting match. If it's an exciting match, it's okay that we were wrong.
Yeah, I think it'll make for an exciting match. We've got all of our resources within easy reach. Both players should be entering the lava pool actually relatively close to each other. Not sure what Infume was choked up on there, but look at this. Basically building their portal at the exact same time. You couldn't really ask for a more neck and neck match.
Yeah, absolutely. And we do have HDMI cables actually a little bit. Oh, I thought he was a little bit ahead there for a second.
But no, has to gravel.
Yeah. Okay, so has to mind the gravel. I was gonna say great. I mean, great stuff though. Not too far behind. A sub-2 enter for both runners here, as we are now scanning for the fortress. Or I said that twice. Two series in a row. Okay. Absolute blunder. Absolute blunder. And that's okay. It happens to the best of us. Is this triple though? It might be. It's at least double triple. And we now have Infume headed up, has the gold horse armor on the bar ready to distract any piglins with that as we start this triple route. I'm going to be mining some gold blocks off the bat.
Don't die.
Yeah,
decided to go for an interesting chest. That's an interesting play. You can get cooked pork chops there, and because it was a desert temple, maybe he wanted some better food. He does get pork, but not cooked, the variant, so it doesn't pay off as much as maybe he would have liked, and probably loses another couple seconds to Infume on the start of this triple route.
And now we see Infume bringing in the piglins just a bit ahead here of HDMI cables. As we see now, starting this triple route, going to be bringing in the piglins from the last triple as he throws the gold down into the trading hole. Infume, meanwhile, just like a triple ahead, just has mined sort of that last triple, while HDMI cables has only mined the second middle triple. We do see both runners here, Infume clearing out the inventory, getting rid of some of that junk. And now is going to be able to check those top chests here shortly. Hopefully get more obsidian.
Yeah,
Yeah.
only 11, and I haven't seen either player scan for a fortress, so maybe they saw something that we didn't. We do have a lot of chests to check. Infume, up to 15 obsidian, probably going to be getting a couple more.
Boom, there we
And
go.
Infume notably also has the golden apple left over that HDMI had to use to heal up. So if the fortress is far, Infume will be able to make up some time here. Watch him. He might be eating this apple if he has to throw a couple more pearls. But here's the fortress nerdy eating the apple overlap, and he's going to be on decent health. If HDMI does the same thing, he's going to be on like 1-2 hearts maybe.
And Infume now killing the blazes has fully gotten done with the bastion there, but is able to find a few strays here. Lots of strays on Infume's screen here as HDMI cables is getting ready to leave as well. So we do see Infume killing a few more blazes, couple one by one. Just like look how many strays there are, but three skeletons for Infume is quite awkward, to be honest. And
the blaze assisting him a little bit, shooting one of the skeletons. That's a little bit funny. And look at this, like HDMI on one heart,
low,
can't even pearl, just really struggling on this food situation and going to be getting to the fortress so much far behind. Infume dealing with all of these strays really well, pinging between them, blocking himself off safely here from any skeletons that might be attacking him. And he kind of knows now, Nerdy, that he's ahead here. So if he's looking at these advances, maybe he thinks, I don't need to be going for these strays super recklessly. I can kind of slow down, chillax. Meanwhile, HDMI cables kind of needs to turn on the turbo engines on half a heart, Nerdy. He's on half a heart with 12 rotten flash.
I mean, Infume as well on low HP. So, I mean, either runner, I mean, obviously has like a little more wiggle room there for Infume, but like you see, Infume just takes a little bit of damage there, now on 2.5 hearts, while HDMI cable is just on 2 hearts. I mean, this Desert Temple seed without the food, as we talked about before the seed started, that meta of not getting the food here is making this seed quite awkward.
And we're seeing it pay off for Infume. You know, his pick, you know, maybe this is what he was planning for. Maybe he was like, I know I can play this better than HDMI cables. And it's really showing here. He's blinding just about under sub 6, killing his last couple of blazes. He's just so far ahead of HDMI cables. And even though HDMI gets this massive pack of stray blazes, Infume also got this same pack. So it might be a little bit deceptive here. HDMI looking in a good position, but Infume, actually, no. Does Infume only have 2 rods?
Yeah, Infume somehow only has 2 rods. I'm not exactly sure how the lead... Yeah, I'm not sure exactly how HDMI cables got a lead there, but in either case, now Infume going to be getting this measurement off and grabs the 2 eyes that he threw, able to head back. Not going to be...
HDMI cables having to mine some blocks to do his TNT setup, working with just
That's crazy.
so low resources. I mean, like, look at this. I had to perfectly mine the amount. Also has the zombie pig here that's going to take damage. He's aggroed zombie pigs around him. Not going to be super punishing. Oh my goodness. Never mind.
On one heart, though.
And there's even more coming towards him. I was thinking for a second, of these guys. Oh my goodness. Yeah, even though there's not a ton of terrain for them to spawn around, he did get a couple that are just angry at him, and he's just still on 1 heart. Nerdy, he hasn't died yet. That blaze almost killed him with the melee. This is just so awkward for him. Compare this to Infume, who's leaving for the stronghold right now, has food, has golden picks, pre-crafted, totally ready to go. A very commanding lead from Infume.
Absolutely. And now we do have Infume digging straight down on coordinates. Soon, oh man, falls a little bit there. Scary stuff, but does manage to make his way onto coordinates and builds the portal. Let's see if we hit stronghold. We do indeed. Now going to be getting this preemptive off. So spinning around, trying to find a spike. Maybe likes that direction, sort of bottom right or bottom left. Does maybe likes down mid more. Going to be going down here first, checking what we have for us. And there's the portal room exposed. Yeah, exposed by the ravine. So able to run around here, not throwing a pearl towards it. I guess just a little scared on the HP situation, but is significantly ahead at this point, and we'll see if Infume can close this seed out.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking good. HDMI spawned on a village, but not deciding to get any more food. I don't think it was really that useful. Infume messes up the pearl clip, so this could matter, but it's a front dragon, so you can probably still push 95 here. It's a small tower, though. We still have health, we have the rotten flesh, and we have plenty of beds here. So it's a little bit low. Infume checking the dragon's height here, deciding only to push 90. I think that's a good decision. He would have been a little bit late to 95 and has the bow. So if it doesn't fly here, this should be a nice, easy 0. Infume has done this hundreds of times. One more double bed, a little bit scuffed, not the greatest damage, but kills Nerdy.
3+3.
And he's up 1-0.
Great stuff from Infume, just playing the foodless seed a little bit, or not foodless, but very low food seed, a little bit better there than HDMI cables. So great stuff from Infume. Yeah, I mean, HDMI cables is just scaring us the entire seed.
I mean, he hasn't been dying, though, you know, so shout out to him. But you're totally right, Nardi. It really is just a seed about food here that we've witnessed. And Infume just playing a little bit better. You know, those early mistakes, taking a hit or two in the Bastion, like what HDMI did, that just compounds throughout the entire seed. You can't eat the golden apple when you want to. You get a little bit more panicky, taking damage. And I think that's why Infume took the first seed.
Great stuff from Infume to start us off with a 908. But we'll have to see. Will HDMI cables be able to come back? I mean, yeah, I mean, starting on the Desert Temple, I will say, is like, you know, that's Infume's, that's like playing a home game. You know what I mean? Against Infume. Exactly. Or playing an away game, maybe if you're going against Infume. But now it's going to HDMI cables pick. We'll have to see where we go. Not going to be going to a Desert Temple, so hopefully able to have more food and just a little more comfortable of a seed overall. And I mean, yeah, Infume, great start to this series. Played that seed very well, especially sort of in that back half. But HDMI cables showing some, you know, definitely not a horrible performance or anything like that. I think just made a little mistake with the piglins mainly. We saw at one point was seemingly catching up with Infume on the rods.
Yeah, I think honestly, if there were 3 golden apples in that temple, I think it would be a very different story. I think HDMI would have made up a lot more time. I think it was just a little bit unfortunate. But now we're probably going to get a seed with more food if I had to guess, because it is HDMI's pick. I'm going to guess Buried Treasure, and I'm correct.
That was a great. You are on fire today, man. You are absolutely on fire with the predictions. That is an impressive pick. I was going to say Village, but no, I think it makes sense to do a Buried Treasure in retrospect. You know, you got the food. It's a more linear, less decisions to be made. I think that pick totally makes sense against Infume. So we will have to see. We'll get into the gameplay shortly, but up 1-0. So definitely not game over or match point or anything like that for HDMI cables yet. And we'll have to see if his pick is going to give him the advantage in this second seed.
I think it very well could. You know, this is sort of, you know, these two sort of seeds, they're kind of, you know, one is the more decision-making seed, favoring Infume, typically seen as like a decision-based player. HDMI cables, I think it is a lot better on those linear seeds. I think he's a very speedy player, has fast top speed, but you know, when he takes damage and he doesn't have 7 golden carrots like on the last seed, I think it can just be a little bit punishing. So we'll have to see what the food situation is looking like here.
And we will find out shortly as the runners use their pie chart in order to find the buried treasure. Looks like both runners beelining towards it from slightly different angles. Infume maybe a little bit faster there, but nothing too crazy yet. And does get lots of stuff, so we can make probably gold axe here. We can make a diamond sword. We can make iron shovel, and probably, of course, well, not probably, definitely going to make an iron pickaxe here.
Yeah, this is a high quality overworld. I always love to see a diamond sword. Maybe it's just because I'm a really aggressive player, but it just, I think it makes forts a lot more fun, and especially on seeds where the rates are really good. Diamond swords, you can just crank through things. You don't have to like pillar up on every wither skeleton. You can kind of just deck them. But it looks like Infume is just ahead, showing that this is why he's the ranked #1 player, taking a dominant lead. And I think this ravine is fake. No, he's going down for it, but it doesn't look the most promising. There's just exposed obsidian here. So if HDMI cables goes for a different option, he could be getting a sizable lead on Infume. No, going the same spot as Infume. This is an awkward portal, Nerdy. We'll see if HDMI cables can make up any time on Infume. You know, you don't do this portal very often.
Look at that. Great stuff from Infume, though, clearing this out and handling this very well so far. Assuming there's no mistakes. Oh, almost makes a mistake, but does handle it very well. Infume now going to be entering the nether here at 1:30 while we see HDMI cables starting to build the portal. So once again, early lead for Infume, handling the overworld very well. And we'll have to see if this continues throughout our seed as Infume placing some blocks and trying to get to the Bastion.
Yeah, has some really good movement. I think Infume, especially amongst the top players, I've heard many of them say he's a very like movement-based players, always going for like double extensions, has really good pathing. So is in the Bastion first. We'll see what terrain decisions HDMI cables takes. But Infume's going to be on the chalice. I don't think we have any extra TNT. It's a little bit closed off here, but I think should be fine.
And now we have HDMI cables has entered the bridge. So Infume just has he's like a full chalice ahead. He's mined the entire chalice and is getting some pre-crafts. Pre-crafts a gold pick, which is kind of an interesting choice.
And hasn't made the diamond sword, interestingly. Keeping the iron sword, there's not a real reason to do that besides saving a single stick, which I don't think really matters because like the way it works out, if you craft a bow and like it's evens of 2, not sure exactly. Maybe he just isn't even aware of the diamonds. Maybe he's saving them for a jukebox. You know, we could get really funky. But he's in his triple, safe from the hoglins, not doing an auto funnel, so it could be a little bit scary if this piglin who has the gold hits him instantly. Sometimes it can be weird with their pathing, and it does hit them, so he takes a little bit more damage. HDMI cable's probably going for a more traditional auto funnel, a bit more of like a standardized player. Yep, here he is going for an auto funnel, setting up, gets a lot of pigs, and we're in a Crimson Nerdy. So this kind of biome, you typically see more piglins. We're going to see a faster Bastion leave.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think Infume, just like you can see this terrain here for Infume, it's just like it is perfectly designed for just that. As we see, I think Infume got a ton of extra pigs. I could be wrong, but it looked like it to me. So we'll have to see if that ends up mattering. Infume now crafting the diamond sword. Interesting. A little surprised he's crafting that now, and I guess maybe just was saving the iron sword in case he had used it like pre-Bastion or something. Maybe, I don't even know. But now going to be pearling out though, so just getting this pearl hang off and going to be checking the other side, which is actually what we saw where we saw in HDMI cables play. So playing different ramparts, but we'll have to see if that ends up making any kind of difference.
Infume's triple was closer to the fortress, so he got a better pearl hang, but he still had to check that. So now they're in at the same time. HDMI has made up some time. Is actually at the spawner first. And so although they both have a diamond sword, you know, HDMI is kind of in the lead now. Maybe playing this more linear seed a bit better, doing his pre-crafts now. But no, Infume had his beds pre-crafted. HDMI cables didn't. So now Infume is ahead on setting up the spawner.
Yeah,
so much
real back and forth here. Exactly. As we now have Infume getting a triple spawn and HDMI cables still just a bit behind there, but it's all good. He has gotten rid of the blocks at this point, and both runners are looking in a very similar position as we continue the seed. Infume on 3 rods and HDMI cables also on 3 rods. But I think maybe Infume has like 1 extra spawn cycle now on 4 rods. Yeah, so it just like 1 rod ahead here for Infume as we continue. It looks like 5 bed, 2 anchor, gets the bow crafts there for Infume. I presume similar things for HDMI cables. I've not seen his inventory, but does get some blaze kills here. 7 rods now for Infume. Going to be able to blind out, not even need to worry about the eye being thrown.
Yeah, HDMI on 1 less rod, so you're totally right. Might have to kill an awkward blaze. Could be a bit of an issue. Also, I think has 1 or 2 less explosives than Infume does. That can really matter, especially going into the end game. I also think Infume's actually HDMI cable's food situation might be a little bit better. Has 4 salmon as opposed to Infume's 3, but Infume doesn't have to pick up the rods like HDMI cables does. And even though he aggressively pearls here, he's going to be saving a couple of seconds. He has all of his eyes crafted. He's fully pre-crafted, and this terrain looks good as he's heading to quartz.
And let's see how close we are. I should be approaching pretty soon onto those stronghold coordinates. But HDMI cables, like a pearl behind or 2 pearls behind, something like that. I mean, not too far, but it's very close at this point. And obviously the stronghold, very high variance structure. So lots of opportunities for HDMI cables to come back at this point. But now we're going to see the portal build there for Infume. And HDMI cables is digging through a wall, it seems. So I'm not sure exactly what happened there, but does find some open terrain now. Infume, meanwhile, licks the spike here off to the left. So we'll see if this is any good. Going to be digging down here. Is that it? It is indeed. So Infume's chance to take a 2-0 lead. Again, 5 beds, 2 anchors, I believe. 056 going to get the double pearl
Yeah, it
through
was
the
beautiful.
wall. Now,
Had to make sure to like pearl clip out the back because it was a slightly better situation. Going to be able to push 95 here, setting up for the 0. Didn't have to hunger reset. HDMI cables is going to have to do that, and he's just so far behind. Infume has more explosives, has a bow. This should be a classic 0 for Infume, as HDMI is only now entering the end.
and let's see. One more bed to finish off the dragon. There we have it. So a 2-0 lead again for the favorite, I guess you could argue, to win the match. But I mean, if it's anything like last time, it is not game over yet, Parker. It is not game over yet.
True.
Strong lead for Infume, but you never know. You never know what can happen from here.
We're in the same situation. We'll see if Infume can play any differently than Duke, but you're absolutely right. Don't go anywhere. Duke was looking really good, and he got reverse swept. I mean, it's not what is in my prediction, but HDMI cables, he's been playing solid, has not taken any crazy deaths, just a little bit slower. I think the main thing on this seed was just like maybe the terrain to second portal cords. HDMI kind of got stuck in a ravine a little bit and was already behind, so it just compounded and just kind of lights out for Infume there, taking the seed. A sub 8, like that's a good time, Nerdy. 742.
It's so interesting to me because, like, yeah, I mean the did have the pre-crafts. HDMI cables did play the right triple, which was good because there was the obsidian in it. And so Infume needed to go check that, like you said. And actually, if we look at the splits, did actually catch up some time into the fortress. But I don't know. I guess Infume just playing the terrain a lot better. I mean, I think we saw HDMI cables having to dig through a wall. I think we saw Infume getting the blaze bed off a little bit faster. So it's just a little bit ahead on the rods and was able to transfer that lead over into a very, very clean end game and takes seed 2 with a 742. I mean, I love seeing these sub 8s. I mean, sub 8s are so cool. I mean, they're not even like, I feel like these runners don't even think about sub 8s anymore. But to me, I'm still impressed, Parker. I'm always still impressed by to see a sub 8.
Yeah, it is great to see. You know, we haven't been seeing a sub 8 every single time. You know, we've been getting a good distribution of the seed types here. And I'd love to almost go back and VOD review because I think HDMI not only lost time getting to Stronghold, but also just his fort in general maybe was just a little bit slower setting up. He didn't have his blaze beds pre-crafted, so maybe like loses spawn cycle. But I think the main thing was when you're at a fortress, you have so many things to think about. And I think Infume just handled that a little bit better and is able to get out faster.
Yeah, and I think we will send it over shortly to Fulham, but not quite yet. So we will get to see that in just a second. We'll get to do a little VOD review, figure out what exactly could have happened. But yeah, I mean, a great lead. Do you think that HDMI cables is going to have the... I don't know. Do you think we're going to go to a game 4 or a game 5? Or do you think that HDMI cables is we're going to see another 3-0 in this playoffs?
I mean, there's sort of two sides to my brain. One that's like what I want to happen and one that I think will happen. And what I think will happen is I think Infume will take this next seed. But what I want to happen is I want HDMI cables to take a seed. Okay. So I'm not sure which part of my brain is more correct.
Well, we will get into that shortly, but quickly, let's take a look at some of those seeds, maybe figure out how Infume won these last two. Fulham, let's see what you got.
Hello. Welcome back to the mid-match analysis. It is 2-0 to Infume at the moment versus HDMI cables. Now, very, very quickly, I want to take your mind back to that seed 1, where we had the triple in the stables, Infume leaving earlier and having a plethora of strays. Now, I grabbed the replay of this, and frustratingly, I have closed it. So, I will just talk about it because I'm not going to pull it back up and waste your guys' time. Very, very simply, Infume's strays were actually spread out throughout the entire fortress. And I wanted to take a little bit of a second to analyze HDMI cable strays, because they were actually a lot more packed around his entrance area, meaning that he was able to gather more rods initially in that seed. I'm going to make it very, very quick, though. As you guys know, he blinded earlier and blinded with more rods. This is what I want you to keep in mind, because HDMI cables at both points in these last 2 seeds has been ahead. And that's what I want to talk about in the second seed as well. HDMI cables making the different decision to go for the Soog route. As you can see right now, Infume going for Donkey Kong instead. And this causes Infume to lose around 20 seconds playing to be closer to the fortress so that you can get that better Pearl Hang away, but unfortunately going to have to check the other triple for the required Obsidian to double travel away. As you can see, HDMI cables going for the different route, aggroing the piglins on the left-hand side of the bastion and dragging them to the right with the Soog route, using the stone-type blocks to make sure that the lava doesn't spread and set the fire to the wood. I think it's a really, really good play, and I wanted to make sure that people know that HDMI cables has in fact been ahead at 2 distinct points in both of these seeds. However, has let that lead slip back into Infume's grasp. I feel like Infume has been able to take that advantage that he's had early on, but HDMI cables has been able to make that back in the fortress and during the travel maybe from the bastion to the fortress, but hasn't been able to keep it all the way to the end dimension. I'm really looking forward to seeing if HDMI cables can maintain that lead, or mayhaps even bring that lead into the fortress so that then he has that little bit of extra wiggle room to lose some of that time maybe to going to the stronghold, as we've seen in these past 2 seeds. What I'm trying to say is, it's not over until it's over. And even though it is 2-0 to Infume right now, can we see HDMI cables make a comeback? I'm going to send you back to Nerdy and Parker now to let you guys see.
Welcome back, everybody, to this match between Infume and HDMI cables. It is currently a 2-0 lead for Infume. Match point for HDMI cables. Parker, how are you feeling so far watching the series?
I'm feeling good. I like the points in the analysis that, like, HDMI cables, he's been up on the seats. I think that really is the storyline, and I've just lost my camera. I will fix that.
That's all good. No worries at all. We can hear you at least, so that's good. Oh, welcome back, Parker.
I got a little excited. I think I kicked a cord. I'm too excited for these matches, Nerdy.
No, sorry, you were saying though. Continue.
Yeah, I think that just is the storyline of this match. You know, HDMI cables has had these opportunities. He's just got to really get in the flow. I think there's just been 1 or 2 things on the seed that have kind of interrupted and not allowed him to like maximize like the flow for leaving. And I think Infume's done a great job at that. And so we'll have to see if he can pull it back on the seed. His tournament life is on the line.
Well, we'll get into the seed picks here in just a moment. There we have it. Boom, Ruined Portal. Pick from HDMI cables. So that's interesting. Now, obviously, I think this makes sense, right? It's kind of a similar mindset to the Buried Treasure. You're hoping for kind of a linear, quick seed. Maybe hope that maybe there's some golden carrots in the chest or something like that. But obviously, this can also be a low food seed as well. Or there can be some decisions being made depending on just like what the Ruined Portal is. There's so much variation in this structure. So we'll have to see what we get there. But what do you make of that pick, Parker? Does it make sense to you?
I think it does make sense to me in terms of like HDMI just really wanting to crank pace. I think he'll be favored a little bit more on like a higher food seed. So I think pay attention to golden carrots. I think that would really help. But like Infume, he did have ranked world record, Nerdy, and that was a Ruined Portal seed. So it's like, even though it might favor your play style, it's favoring Infume's play style too. He is no slouch. He's really fast. There's a reason he's a 3-time rank 1 player. Look at this. What was that? Was that looting?
Was it looting?
I couldn't see.
No, I don't think so.
It's a red enchantment.
Cursive vanishing. Yeah, something like that. So in either case, though, still 5 golden carrots is beautiful for this Ruined Portal. Lots of, don't need to worry about killing cows or anything like that. We're going to see the gold axe craft there from Infume, just a few seconds ahead of HDMI cables already. as he is handling these trees and doing a good job of playing this overworld very simply. I mean, I don't know. This is not a super complicated overworld, but yeah, like I was gonna say, like a super sub 40 overworld, as HDMI cables has reached the portal as well, so not too far behind, but immediately bridging out to the stables and trying to check out what this chest has. Do we get some armor? We do. Beautiful. No obsidian from that chest, but
and no iron yet. We still need
double
iron.
Triple? It is double triple. Okay.
I mean, this is a fast seed, Nerdy. You're thinking about seeds that can be fast, double, triple, one of the fastest routes in the game. We have plenty of food. We can aggro Pearl very quickly. And if we get enough obsidian here, that's going to be really good. Still have not found that obsidian chest. And out of all of these top chests, all 7 of them, we've not got obsidian. So we might need to go to the lower portion of the Bastion. And I think this is an incentive to play triple to gap because we don't have the obsidian chest yet. So HDMI cables, this is important. HDMI cables playing double triple doesn't know that there's no obsidian at the top. Infume, having checked the chest, decides to play the more consistent, more higher gold route. Probably going to get the obsidian. If HDMI does not get the obsidian from trades, this could be looking really bad for him.
And it is unfortunately a bad gap here right below that triple, so has to go all the way around here, which is a bit slower here for Infume. Now we see HDMI cables with that double triple play. Will it pay off? You know, I think it's an interesting difference between them right off the bat. Curious exactly what led them to make a different decision, but we do see Infume now getting the little gold ring here, able to get these blocks, as HDMI cables is going to be looking around here. So 11 obsidian and not too many pearls so far for HDMI cables.
He's definitely going to be getting a better pearl hang than Infume. You're right, Nerdy. Let's see.
25. I think it's 25. Was it 15? Did I miss that?
15 obsidion.
Oh,
so
no,
he still needs more, but he knows one of the chests in the Bastion is guaranteed 5 obsidian. It's just a matter of finding that chest. And I think because Infume went through the bad gap, it's not that chest. I think it's the bottom middle chest probably has the 5 obsidian. So we'll see if HDMI goes for that. Low resources though, Nerdy. Only 13 pearls, like 40 strings. So he's going to be playing an entire gap trying to get more resources overall. And because Infume has already made this play, Infume is going to be taking an even bigger lead as he's now just sorting his inventory. Pre-crafting. He's got 2 beds crafted, going for an iron sword. Inventory a little bit messy, but he's got so many more resources.
So many more resources. I feel like that decision may have came from, I'm curious to see what led to that decision, but I think it was just like checking all of those triples and not getting any obsidian. Maybe that could have been the reason why Infume chose to play this more consistent route, right? Whereas we see HDMI cables taking a slightly riskier route, does get the obsidian there as we predicted from that last chest, and now able to pearl hang out here. Plenty of stuff for Infume, I believe. You got lots of pearls. I didn't see the string count, but definitely something to keep an eye on here, as Infume still has 3 Garrets as well, so can definitely play the seed like decently aggressively compared to most Rune Portal seeds. But now able to kill this Blaze. We're 4 minutes into the seed. It could have been faster if it was a better stables, but it's still good pace, Parker.
Yeah, like the speedy overall just makes it so that it's really nice. Infume really in a comfortable position here. We've got the high health. We're at the spawner. Is deciding to only single blaze bed because we don't have a ton of explosives. And HDMI cables taking even more damage, dealing with this blaze off the side of the spawner. So it's just a little bit awkward. And although he is at the spawner, he's not cleared it out as much as Infume. He's not got a rod yet, and so he's just behind. This is scary. 1.5 hearts.
1.5 hearts again, yeah.
Just so risky gameplay here. And Infume, look how many blazes there are. 4, 5,
lots of blazes.
6?
I mean, Infume has a nice lead here. I feel like these rates just are not great, though. Only on 3 rods at this point. The seed could have been so fast. It could have been so good, Parker. I feel like just
the Bastion trolled us.
Yeah, the Bastion, these rates. It's like it could have been so good. Regardless, we do have Infume gets 3 beds, so not the most beds. 3 bed, 2 anchor, I think. 4 bed. 4 bed, 2 anchor. Okay.
Instead of a bow. That's cool to see. Maybe just didn't have enough string for a bow, or wanted to save a little bit of his wood. But that's a choice you can always make. You actually save one string on a crossbow craft as opposed to a bow. And it looks like HDMI cable's doing the same thing. Both runners locked in. Struggling a little bit with his crafting, though, on HDMI cable's side. Infume has 6 eyes, needs 3 more rods, and has the location of the stronghold. 1,300 away. The terrain looks decent in this direction, so probably not a ton of time the HDMI cables can make up on Infume in the post-game.
And Infume looking around here as we wait for these blazes to spawn. Still does not have enough rods. There's 1 rod. Is that the last one? And Infume is good to go. So going to be purling towards our coordinates here. And again, I mean, this is going to be tough for HDMI to come back. Because Stronghold is, of course, a structure that we can see lots of variants. So there is that opportunity for the comeback. But I mean, so far, Infume looking good to potentially close out this series with a 3-0. Let's see here. Just like slightly awkward pearl on the side of this terrain here, but now going to be bridging out towards those stronghold cords, and should be pretty close, I would imagine. Just a few more blocks this way, a little bit, honestly. Yeah, quite a lot of bridging there for Infume, but able to build the portal now. And assuming we don't miss, let's see what we've got. Changes all the settings. Oh, wait, was that a miss? Oh, no, it wasn't.
No,
Okay.
not quite.
Close to a miss.
HDMI cable's finally leaving now, but it's just a full split behind, and he's going to need a bad stronghold from Infume here, but he gets a pure spike down top left. Lava, awkward here, has fire res, so it doesn't matter. He's going to need to hunger reset, gets that same spike, but it's wrapping around back to where he came. If it's not here, this could get weird.
Ooh,
Hears it, though.
does hear it
It's
through the
a
wall.
And he has enough pearls to hunger reset. And I think we have a decent amount of explosives.
And let's see here what we've got. And going to be entering the end. Sub 8 here with, again, 4 beds, 2 anchors, and the crossbow. So let's see if Infume can close this series out. It is a back dragon. Let's see what the tower is here.
This is a bit awkward, Nerdy. This is going to have to be a side setup. Can't push a top setup here. We're 95 here. And, I mean, it's a little bit scary, but you can use the anchors in conjunction with the bed to get some good double beds. This first one is just a knockback bed,
Wait, it
but
flies.
the dragon flies. How many explosives does he have left now?
So I think he should have enough for the 1 cycle. I think he should have 5 total.
I mean,
think it's,
HDMI is
3
going to
beds,
be
2
entering
anchors.
the end here. You
Yeah, that's what
can
I'm saying.
push higher. You can push higher. It's not super common, especially for side setups. You typically go to 94. It's a little bit better on the rotations. But it looks like he's purling up to the top. This is T100. He is pushing higher, Nerdy. Going all the way up to 103 setup. Misses it. Though. Not a good enough pearl. Tries to go a little bit lower, but fails that. And now he's only on 2 hearts. Can barely get the 1 cycle off, but Infume is already waiting for this 1 cycle.
Yeah, so sorry, I think I missed that. So
anything.
How many explosives? I think Infume only has 3 explosives. I think I missed that because he placed the 2 anchors, right?
Oh,
so
I think you're right.
And it was 4 beds, 2 anchors, and he placed the 2 anchors. So I think he only has 3 beds. I could be wrong, but I think he only has 3 beds. I think so, but look at this HDMI cables gets a perch.
And he missed it. And so he's just throwing away his chance. But
no, Infume has 4 explosives.
Anchor. That's not good damage, though, Nerdy. This is bad damage. This is not good damage. Kill it. This
really
is
bad damage.
Chase down, and suddenly HDMI Cables has a chance to take this back, even though he completely missed a perch. Infume has crystals healing the dragon everywhere. He's on 1 heart. Not sure how many arrows he has, but he has to shoot down every single crystal to kill this dragon. You can't even go for a 1-shot. You have no bow. It's a crossbow, Nerdy. This is looking really bad for Infume. But HDMI Cables, only 2 hearts. It's it's perching now. But if he does not get any damage absorption, he might die here, Nerdy. He has more than 4 explosives, but can he even get them off? There's Enderman! He looked at an Enderman! There's an Enderman aggro on him! He's on half heart! He gets it to the head! This might kill him. I don't know if he's safe. It might hit him through the corner of the block.
I think he's okay. We'll have to wait and see.
But
HDMI Cables takes the win!
Wow! What a nail-biting end split! He had to have aggroed that Enderman. He had to have.
I think so. Or at least, I don't know. I have no idea. That was crazy. Maybe he was mad at the dragon or something. I don't know. That was ridiculous stuff. I fully thought HDMI Cables was dead. On half a heart, went for the double explosive, and I guess was just able to survive. Great stuff from him to just clutch out in tournament life on the line in such a rough situation and able to take the win, staying alive, making it 2-1 in favor of Infume. But HDMI Cable's proven that he's not done yet.
He's not done yet, Nerdy. That was such a cinema end split. Like,
Wow.
it started with Infume, the dragon flying for Infume, right? Like, sure, you can expect that. HDMI going for a higher setup, missing the higher setup, getting down to 2 hearts, missing a perch, getting a second perch, Infume messing up his 1 cycle. Like, just all around, that's, wow.
This craziness.
I
This
love
craziness.
this.
I feel like that's as
Craziness.
exciting as like 1 cycles and stuff can get. You know, I feel like zeros can be really hype, but it's pretty rare that like we're waiting on perches and it's like the most tense thing possible. And so that was just great. I'm excited to see where we go from here. I think we will get into our seed picks here shortly. Infume's pick. We're going to a village. We're going to a village, Parker.
I think it makes sense. I think it makes sense. It's similar to a desert temple. There's a lot of different like points of interest that you need to connect the dots between, and I think Infume that's sort of his forte, you know, in routing and overworld. So I think it makes a lot of sense. We'll have to see if it pays off for him, if he can enter the Nether a little bit faster, or maybe we'll see some weird stuff with bed count like we've seen in previous seeds today. Yeah, the only thing that's pointing that I don't know. I'm curious. Well, no, I think that totally makes sense. I was gonna say that like on that first seed, Infume's or not Infume, HDMI Cables has been scaring us a little bit on like the lower food seeds. He's always been low health. You're right. but so maybe the village would be good from that perspective. But I think overall, Infume's routing, it makes sense. He's very comfortable on the villages, of course. Lots of decisions to be made, and he's known to be a good decision maker. So I think that totally makes sense from that perspective. We'll get into the game shortly here. And I'm pumped for this one. It is. Okay, no, that's a good question. I'm gonna say most of the types. I'm gonna go Acacia Village. Acacia. I still want to see one after the one that we saw yesterday briefly, you know? Oh yeah, true. I guess we did get baited, huh? It was like there was an acacia biome and there was a village in the acacia, but it was not an acacia village. Yeah. So I want to see an acacia village still, and I think we're gonna get it. Finally, this seed. I've been waiting, Parker. They've been saving it for me. Oh my gosh, are you leaking the script here? Is this what's happening? Sorry. Sometimes I can't help myself but leak things, Parker. That's okay. We all got a little bit excited sometimes. My voice might be a little bit cooked after yelling. That was amazing. Split, I mean, that was so cool. That was fantastic. But yeah. So I don't know, Parker. What do you got? Any thoughts here? This is. I can't remember what I predicted at the beginning. I think I kind of predicted both. So I'm like cheesing the system a little bit. I swear I said 3-1. Did I? I think you said 3-1. I think I said 3-0. So I think I'm wrong. My predictions in terms of like the actual games have been pretty bad this season. I've been predicting some seed types to this. That's been kind of cool. You've been really good on the seed type predictions. Like impressively good. Thank you. So I mean, yeah, I think I gotta give you more chances for that. I feel like sometimes we go into it and I don't give you the chance to make the guess beforehand. So I gotta really make sure I always do that. I gotta hear your thoughts. But here we go. We're going into the match here, and I mean, as we said, when Infume took the 2-0 lead earlier, we saw Doog take a 3-0 lead, and Aquacord was able to come back. Is this a repeat of the script? We'll have to figure out here shortly, as we do have a Plains village, so not the Acacia. That's a little bit too bad. But we do have both runners headed right for the blacksmith. Let's see what it has to offer. And yeah, not the best. Honestly, not the best. Yeah, Infume already made up like 1 second just getting to the blacksmith. So we're going to be seeing an iron golem kill here to get our bucket. We're mining some stone. Looks like Infume going for 5, so we can also make a sword to kill the golem a little bit faster. We'll see if HDMI does the same thing. Doesn't look like it. Hasn't got materials for a stone sword, so maybe a little bit slower on killing the golem. And Infume, I think, is taking the lead here. Also getting a bed on his way to the golem. And although HDMI Cables has a lot of wood at the moment, I think the routing from Infume we're already starting to see why he's so good at these kind of seeds. Yeah, and we do have some gravel here off to the left.
I'm not sure exactly where the lava pool is, but I think I might have seen it back towards this direction over by the gravel. So we'll see exactly how Infume plays this. Looks like he's going to be getting some wood here, and then going to craft a boat and a bucket, and should be able to get flint along the way to the lava pool, which, again, I might have seen it off this direction. I assume Infume, yeah, confidently running this way. So looking good there. And as you mentioned, I mean, I'm not even sure. Sometimes it's hard to tell exactly where Infume's making up time, but he is making up time in this overworld as now building this portal and getting it good to go. Entering the nether here, 144, 145, and we're into a basalt off the bat, Parker.
Yeah, this could turn out to be a really funky navigation to the Bastion, but no, it's right there. It is a treasure. Oh my goodness. Trying to clutch a little bit with the bed, that actually reduces your fall damage, even though it looks like a little bit scary because that can blow you up. This terrain is a bit awkward, nerdy. I'm not sure if Infume does Glowed. I don't think Infume does Glowdar. Maybe HDMI cables does, so it could take an advantage here, but no, we see the fortress in the distance, so even though it's very closed off here, it's not going to matter nearly as much. I love this terrain from HDMI cables, though, taking a little bit higher terrain. I think he's made up a handful of seconds on Infume, which he's going to need to do a couple of more times to take the lead. Still a little bit far behind. Takes some damage, though.
Oh,
HDMI cables.
HDMI cables.
Oh my goodness.
So much
How
damage,
is he
but
alive?
staying
How
alive.
is he alive there?
I don't know. I don't know, Parker. That's a good question. But is still alive, is still in this. And that
Doesn't
could have
have a
been
ton of bread to heal up, though. We were talking about the bread, like the village situation. You get a lot more bread, and maybe that would favor him. But he only got 7, nerdy. So maybe that's going to be punishing later on in the seed if he needs to hunger reset. We'll have to see.
We'll have to see indeed. But good stuff from Infume to play this very cleanly. I think we did see the fortress off like to the side of the Bastion, so I don't think we'll need to Glowdar or anything like that. But not sure. Maybe I missaw that.
I think you're right. I'm pretty sure there was a fort there.
And now Infume going to be throwing this gold and just continuing the route. HDMI cables on a little bit less food, just like basically one. It looks like 1 or maybe 2. I don't know. I guess just 1. I thought he would be down lower food based on all that damage he took, but maybe Infume took some damage as well.
Agree.
I guess like
we
from the
do
bed
have
and
an
stuff.
apple in the inventory, so it's a little bit uncommon to have enough gold from the top of treasure to craft a golden apple, but it is something these runners could be thinking about. Infume up to 10 obsidian HDMI cables on 14, I think. Maybe just hasn't checked trades yet. We're at 16. Want to be trading all of this extra gold to get our 20 obsidian. We have plenty of explosives. We have enough for 1 anchor, 4 or 5 beds, plus the beds from the village.
Already 2 beds from the village. And we also, how many anchors? I'm not sure, but we'll it seems like lots of explosives, so we're not really limited by that. Infume does get some obsidian there. And now it's just gonna be leaving. I thought I saw it over here. Did I see it? I did. Okay. I think I saw that correctly.
Yeah, but
earlier.
You gotta believe in yourself more.
And true. Gotta be confident with the comms. We do have Infume. Oh no, HDMI cables is dead.
Oh no, that's really bad. He was in the fort though. He made up a good handful of seconds. It was just a failed boat clutch, just the dragging not working, and I don't know what the line is here for an HDMI cables win. You're gonna need to hope for a really bad stronghold or death from Infume or some sort of funky shenanigans. Even if he has a good run back here, that's still gonna be a minute time loss, like best case scenario. I mean, the fort kind of extends a good amount here, but he has no blocks. You know, running back is a skill in it of itself, and I don't know if there's any terrain here, taking even more fall damage. He has blocks, nerdy, but it's obsidian. How is he going to get to a spot? He got an iron pickaxe, so we can mine up to where he needs to go, but Infume now has a sizable lead on HDMI cables.
Already had a bit of a lead going into the fortress, but that just completely compounded that lead. And now on 8 eyes, and we do see Infume getting the measurement off here. So yeah, I mean, this is going to be tough for HDMI cables for sure. Going back to the Bastion, it seems
no
maybe
resources.
Yeah, I guess is just going to need to trade lower treasure here, which is not ideal. I mean, obviously already behind. took a lot of damage there and loses the pearls, it seems. So has to get a pearl hang off here. Smart play from, I mean, this is a smart play from HDMI cables, but it might be just too
Magma
little
Cube,
too
Magma
late.
Cube, Magma Cube. Scary. Oh, that's
And yeah,
so
the
scary.
Magma
He has
Cube
no
doing
fire
more
res. Almost
damage.
fell into the lava. Gonna have to deal with these piglins as well. And he's gonna have to mine so much gold here, Nerdy. He has the obsidian, but he might even die again. Clutching. He just has 3 pigs here, 4 pigs here now that are all just going to be attacking him. One of these might get a hit off in the cooldown time between seeing the next bit of gold. The whole time, Anvil has already measured for the stronghold, has his rods. HDMI cable is going to be on even lower health once he unhangs this pearl. Probably going to be unhanging it now. He has basically no more food. Wants even more gold. It's just so awkward. On 2 hearts, no food, no materials, Infume sitting nice and comfy at a spawner with his loaf of bread.
Yeah, and I mean, it's going to be really, really tough here for HDMI cables to make any sort of comeback. We'll have to see if he can do it, of course, if Infume makes any major mistakes, but assuming he doesn't, I don't know. This might be game over. We might be seeing Infume in our quarterfinals, but Infume, regardless, still does need to close this seed out. He needs to finish this game. So, going to be digging through the wall. Yes, going to have to dig through the wall, choosing to do so. So, not the best terrain. I guess, in theory, that could be something that maybe HDMI cables could find a better line. But, once again, going to just need some kind of big mistake from Infume overall for HDMI cables to come back here. Looking for, I'm not sure how far away the stronghold is exactly, but looks like he's digging down now. So presumably on cords or very near cords here as Infume places that second portal and should be entering the stronghold here shortly. So yeah, we'll have to see, what the 0 is. We'll have to see if this is tricky. Oh, does miss.
I mean, he's at a pretty good Y height too. Maybe it just linked into a cave to the side of it. If he mismeasured, that could be what HDMI cables needs, but it's probably just a low stronghold. It's here, clutching with the bed to reduce the fall damage. Love to see it. Still has 1 piece of bread, but probably going to be needing to hunger reset. Can't heal up all the way to full. Gets a clean, pure spike down, mid, left, and he's going to be entering the end right here, Nerdy. Switches to hard mode so that he can hunger reset a little bit better with his silverfish. This is something Beef Salad was trying to do on one of the other seeds. A very useful technique, especially when you're on low pearls. And he only has 2 pearls. So if it's like a hard 0, he doesn't even have enough pearls to 0. But because he's so far ahead, Nerdy, he doesn't even need to 0.
Yeah, I mean, that is something we'll see if he's going to go for it. And I think that's a good question. I feel like you probably... I don't know.
It's
It does increase
tower.
the chance.
It's
Yeah, I mean, this
easy.
is like so easy. Infume can hit this in his sleep. Surely Infume won't mess this up. We'll have to see, though. Of course, you never know. Going to go for 99 here. So Infume does get there in time. And the first bed looks good. Is he going to get... No, not going to get a 2+2. The damage wasn't quite there, but does manage to kill the dragon off with the 5th explosive
Beautiful.
there. Infume taking this match 3-1 over HDMI cables. Great stuff. Getting the sub 10 and now writing something.
Oh my god, what's he saying to us? LFR? Tired to spell LeBron.
Oh,
Oh!
try to spell LeBron.
Wait, that's fair. No, I think it makes sense. I think once like the portal's lit, it's almost like bad sportsmanship to like write something out instead of entering.
Yeah.
We got the message. You typed it in chat. I think that's a good substitute for it. Shout out LeBron, one of the GOATs, and Infume is going to be trying to run further into this bracket, see if he can make a name for himself and become the LeBron of MCSR, or even better yet, the Infume of MCSR.
Unfortunately, did take down his hero there, as we saw HDMI cables wearing their LeBron skin. So we'll have to see.
That's true. I forgot.
We'll have to see if Infume has any thoughts on that. We'll get into an interview here shortly. But what a great series. I mean, okay, admittedly, the last game not the most exciting, but the game before it, I think, made up for it. Okay, we can't complain because the game before that, and also the series before that with Aquacord versus Dugile. I don't know why I have that misspeak, but anyways. We have Infume in the waiting room here. We're going to get into our interview here shortly. And we're just waiting on that, but I think we're going to get into that just a second, but what are your thoughts here, Parker? Oh, Infume!
Oh, here he is.
Welcome.
Let's hear
Welcome
Infume's
to the
thoughts.
booth. How are you feeling?
Hi.
Having defeated someone wearing the LeBron skin. How does that feel to you, Infume? Are you feeling good after your win?
I mean, obviously, I feel conflicted. I mean, you see my cape every time I go in F5. You see exactly who I'm even playing against. So it's conflicting. But I think at the end of the day, I have to prioritize myself. So,
That's fair. No, I think that's
Yeah.
totally fair.
I think it makes sense. One thing that I did want to ask. So first up, you get the seed pick. You choose Desert Temple, and it really paid off for you. I think you handled the low food seed a lot better. You like had a gapple on the way to the fortress. HDMI cables took like some damage early on. Did you like? Is that why you picked it? Do you think you handle like better, like low food seeds better than somebody like HDMI, who's like maybe more of a speedy player?
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I think that is one of my biggest strengths. I don't know if people consider it much or like look at it much. I genuinely think my two biggest strengths are like terrain, getting to the bastion, and movement, and like food management, especially on low food seeds. Like I definitely think that that is why I really love temple seeds. I think I can manage that a lot better than others can, and I love temple seeds, and as well like the only other seed I picked was village. Partly because I like Village, because obviously there's a lot of decision making, but also I feel a lot more comfortable going on low food. So I know pretty much compared to almost anybody, I will be ahead on the overworld because I know they try to force or like will go out of the way or out of their line for that extra food.
Okay,
That
so
does make sense.
yeah. So we'll be expecting more of that maybe in the future, I guess.
Yes.
I wanted to ask about your because in earlier in the day we saw with Dugal versus Aquacord, we saw Aquacord go for a double triple, and in this seed, or not this seed, but maybe the last one or one before it, you went for a triple to gap instead of going for the double triple. I'm curious, like what made you make that decision, and because it ended up paying off. But I want to hear you walk us through why you went to go for the triple to gap.
I mean, yeah, it's like I think that was the seed 3, the room portal seed. I was up 2-0. I kind of knew cables are going to be doing double triple, like especially entering behind. That's the best choice you can make to try to make up time. So it's like I was planning on doing double triple, but obviously I still want to play my own game because I don't always like to do double triple. I like to check the chests first and do it based on that. So like I checked the first triple, there's no obby. I checked the other triple, there's still no obby. So it's like as soon as I saw that, it's like, oh, I knew like I'm gonna have a really good lead on this. Like I knew I was in a really, really good spot to win the seed. And I was, although I didn't win, I was in a good spot. So yeah, I knew it was gonna happen.
No, I think you played the seed well. I mean, you didn't take the win on that one specifically, but yeah, you had a great performance overall. Next weekend here, you are going to be going against let's see, Silver.
Young Silver.
Yeah, sorry, it's like I couldn't find it there for a second, but Silver, how are you feeling about going against Silver? So, a friend of yours potentially. How does that feel?
I mean, I think this is, for me mentally, it's going to be similar to when I played Feinberg round 1 season 8, because I'm good friends with Silver. So I think honestly playing somebody that I'm friends with, I can maybe relax. If I lose, I feel happy to know that they're going to move on and do better.
True.
So I think that is something that will help me relax my nerves a little bit. And honestly, I think maybe hopefully help me play a little better. So I'm looking forward to that match.
Yeah, sounds good. Well, thank you so much, Infume, for the interview, and congratulations on your win. Good luck next weekend. We are excited to have you back, of course. But yeah, good job today, and we'll see you next weekend.
Yeah,
See
you guys.
Yeah, you looked really good today.
Thank
Great
you.
gameplay.
And that will do it for us today. We have had a great series of round of 16 matches, Parker. How do you feel after this first week? I mean, I guess we have one more to go with Loki versus Feinberg, which will happen next weekend. But what are you thinking so far in these first 7 matches?
I think we've seen really good. I don't know if we have the graphic up, but we've had some phenomenal matches. Particularly today, we had some we just had cinema today and everything. We had cinema today.
Yes.
And they haven't all been 3-0s. We're seeing some storylines develop, and next week is when it really goes down. We really are only going to see higher and higher quality matches.
Indeed. So yeah, speaking of which, we have Infume versus Silver up first. That's going to be a great match. Silver taking the 3-0 against Hacks, and Infume taking the 3-1 win against HDMI Cables to get there. So both runners looking sharp, looking good going into that quarterfinal match. Next up, we have the reverse sweep from Aquacord against Dugile. So nice stuff from him to stay composed and make his way into the quarterfinals. Then we had a 3-0 sweep with Big Mungie able to move on against Blazemind. And so that match, Mungie versus Aquacord, I think is going to be a good one for sure as well. Two runners that seemingly we saw Aquacord was a little scared, but you know what? I believe in Aquacord. Had a great performance today. I think he's going to do a great job. Then we have, of course, EDCR going against Olsahin. Olsahin having a good performance, but EDCR finally moving through to the quarterfinals. So that's going to be an exciting match here, as we're going to have Beef Salad against EDCR. And then lastly, we have Feinberg versus Loki, which we still need to play out, and the winner of that will play NHB in the quarterfinals. So great first 7 matches here, Parker. I'm super stoked for next weekend. I don't know if you have any thoughts to add on here, but great stuff so far, I feel.
That's about it. I mean, the Feinberg Loki match is probably going to be our first match. That's going to be a fan favorite. I think Loki's been a little bit incognito recently, but I hear he's been practicing and getting better. And everybody knows who Feinberg is, and so that's going to be a great match to start us off. And then we're moving into quarterfinals. It's shaping up to be a really good playoffs. Like EDCR, this is the first time he's making it past the first round. He's one of the best in the world. I'm very excited to see where he goes.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. I think that's a storyline a lot of people are excited to see. And I myself included. Some big names losing in the round of 16 with Duke and Hacks, 2 playoffs winners, both with 2 playoffs wins individually, fortunately going out in the round of 16. But it's okay. We have lots of exciting matches as well to come. So I'm very excited to see. Thinking like, if Silver and Loki get eliminated, then we're guaranteed a new playoffs winner, which is very cool.
Oh, shoot.
Yeah. So that's definitely exciting.
Crazy. Yeah.
And so, yeah, anyways, I think that's going to do it for us today. Everybody, make sure to follow or subscribe on YouTube, whichever platform you like watching the stream on. It helps us out a lot. And because, of course, next weekend, we're going to be doing this again with the remaining players. So you're going to want to see that. So definitely make sure to do that. Also, keep in mind, this mod, Parker, it's completely free. You could qualify for playoffs. You
could literally be here next season. It would be really hard, but like, yeah,
okay, well,
that's the beautiful thing.
That might be a little hard.
Yeah, it would be a little bit hard. I play it. Nerdy plays it. Like, we all play it. It has so much fun. It's a great little experience. I just love this community, you know, and this is kind of the pinnacle, the culmination of all the hard work that the runners put in, and it really is a treat to watch every single season.
Yes, and also speaking of that, joining the Discord will help you if you do want to play, or just generally help if you want to be part of the community. Joining the Discord is a great way to get engaged with all that stuff. So just wanted to shout that out as well. But yeah, I think that's going to do it for us today. Thank you, everybody, so much for watching. We appreciate each and every single one of you, and we will see you next weekend for, well, first Feinberg versus Loki, but then from there, it is going to be the remaining matches of this Season 10 playoffs. Goodbye.